Alrighty then. Should be up and running soon. And let me see. Well, that's a very interesting little way of doing that. Okay. I'm going to be hearing the audio in my head late if I do that. So I think I just want to set this to... Yeah, that's fine. Now I'm only hearing it from the TV. Cool. Alright. This is Jupiter Exile. We're getting situated, and I'll start the run shortly. Just gotta let some folks know that I am indeed online after figuring out some other stuff. There. Got a post here. And then over here. Okay. The fires are lit. So hopefully we'll get some folks in pretty soon. Alright. I actually wound up having some time today, unexpectedly, so that's cool. I got my travel schedule all planned out, and I did not need to be on the road today. So we'll be back on Bloodborne, running down some different roads, fighting some stuff, hopefully killing those things. Our goal for tonight is to get over to the Hypogean Gaol and get that explored. That'll be connected to the Cathedral Ward most closely. It's a nice spooky place that we need to take a look at. Okay. You have new dialogue? Yeah. Yeah, let me just get the Blood of Ariana. So that's a neat healing consumable item that we can hold on to. Alright. So I can go into the very base of the Healing Church workshop. I think there might be something to do over that way. But what I need to do is find out where we've got a Snatcher roaming around. I know that Snatchers should be able to spawn somewhere around here now that I've... oh, well, the Blood-Starved Beast is dead. Let's see. So this is the vicinity of the church. I think it's a different area somewhat. Should be somewhere around here, just kind of roaming. And we need to let one of these fellows kind of slap us about the head, basically. Okay, was it on the other side of the church? Maybe on the other side of the church that he spawns. Like, around here somewhere, maybe. There's the fellow we need. Hey, buddy. So, we need him to kill us. So with this bit of spectacle, rather than normally dying, we should be bagged and dragged. Here we go. Inside a sack. only got all the Thanksgiving shopping done just a little bit before getting back home to turn this on. I was thinking, like, I got my travel plan set at, like, noon today. I'm like, okay, I can play Bloodborne tonight. Yeah, let's go. Okay, we are now in Yahar Ghul, the Unseen Village, specifically the Hypogean Gowl, I believe. So this is a kind of weird shortcut. This puts us at a like weirdly late game area. This only occurs if you get killed by that specific enemy type that only spawns after we have killed the blood-starved beast. So there's kind of a cult worshipping the moon. Now the moon is like there's like a full-blown eldritch being up there, so it's maybe a bit more rational than you might think for people to worship the moon. But while we're hanging out here and checking this place out, there are several cool items we can get. There are some tough baddies that we need to be on the lookout for. I don't remember where all the tough baddies are, so that's going to be a struggle. Right, we get a lantern up here. And here we have another thing we can read. Nightmarish rituals crave a newborn. Find one and silence its harrowing cry. Yeah, so we've got a few more of these snatchers around here. And I got killed by them. That's fine. This may happen a couple of times. The enemies here hit very hard, and until I remember the layout of location a bit more, it's going to be a bit difficult to get around. It's very possible to get death looped in this particular room. We'll get the moon rune. Can't recall exactly what that does for us. It's fine. Don't need to worry about these things. Yeah, we have these gals who are just a different version of the Hemwick Charnelane boss. They don't do quite as much damage with their grapple, but it'll still kill us. They're not covered in eyes the way the others were, and they can't turn invisible. Yeah, that's an important tooltip there. Healing Church nuns can give blood transfusions that cure disease whole cloth. Right, that's a shortcut that we need to open possibly later. So we're effectively, like, this is a late game area, but the enemies are a little changed around for this early visit. We will be coming back here later with different enemy patterns. I remember there being a lass back here somewhere that we can chat with.
Oh, merciful God,
there we go.
In the name of the healing church, cleanse us of this horrible dream.
Frenzied cold blood, really potent.
Oh, don't take me, please. Oh, please, dear gods. Oh, please don't. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Okay, I think there's some way of letting her know you're on the up and up. I don't recall what it is. Can I just gesture? How does gesturing work? No, that's the PlayStation button. Is it this? Oh, well, this is handy, though. I didn't know that was a thing. I can use that to access bold hunter's marks without too much trouble. Let's see. What other buttons do I have? I knew there's a way to gesture. Anyway, I don't think that's what it actually is, but I want to check the controls now. Oh, well, nothing about gesturing there. No, I just took a screenshot. Well, it's not important. That's probably not the way you interact with her. I had seen online that you could gesture in Bloodborne in some way using the motion controls on the PlayStation 4 controller, but I don't know how to do it. I don't know what button I'm missing. Yeah, oh well. I think we might need to loop back to her after I found my way out. And then we can take her out along with us. Okay, so ignoring that one that is just there to trick us. Let's get both of them killed. Pebbles. This area is a little tricksy with some, like, suddenly on top of you type of guys. We've got captured persons in a half-beast-like state. You can notice some of them have one arm longer than the others. That's standard for that particular model. Can't open that from this side. There's like a big old beastie up around here. And just a pair of these guys. These guys are fairly tough individually, so fighting a duo of them is also pretty rough. They have some laggy attacks, somewhat, so if you can get behind them, you can mess them up. They also have an enraged state that occurs once their health gets below a certain threshold. Kill all these guys because they will get up and get violent with us. And we wanted to bypass those two enemies more or less anyway to get out through here. I don't remember where this leads us. Does this lead us to... That looks like it leads us to Dark Beast Parl, which I think I'm not super ready to fight yet, but I guess might as well. Try to remember what this dude's like. He's tough, is the long and short of it. He's hanging out over there. Dark Beast Parl is one of those few fights where when I first tried to fight him on SL1, I thought to myself, like, are you kidding? This is impossible. But I, not SL1, BL4. But I have beat him on BL4 before. This is not my first time going BL4 through Bloodborne. That being said, I have not beat BL4. He's a really disorienting boss. Probably going to use a lot of blood vials here. Almost killed me there. Yeah. Locking onto him causes a lot of shenanigans, but he moves around a lot, so it's kind of difficult to fight him without locking on. That's going to kill me. That's alright. So I'm going to try and fight him unlocked for a bit. The trick with Dark Beast Parl is kind of keeping track of him, dealing with his attacks, and, I mean, you know, that's the normal stuff. It's a little difficult to keep track of Dark Beast Parl and his attacks without locking on, and keep hitting him in the head. You do want to specifically smack him in the head. Okay, I do not have a whole lot of, I can teleport out of here from this point. I don't have a lot of blood vials right now, so I'm going to take a quick trip back and pop a lot of cold blood and turn that cold blood into blood vials pretty much one-to-one. Well, pretty much directly, not one-to-one. If it was one cold blood per vial, I'd be pretty messed up. Yada 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 yada. But yeah, once again, we're using kind of our biggest, coolest resources to gain basic healing items. Just do not have the defense, and we're not super practiced at this whole thing. To be honest, this is barely going to get us a workable supply. We do have access to fire paper now. Okay, so that's been made available to us. We can also buy bloodstone shards and ritual blood if we really needed to. There's a couple more weapons available. Various things that are related to the Healing Church workshop. We've unlocked these things by opening that up.
Welcome home. What is it you... Farewell. May you...
I'm going to check and see if the Moon Rune does anything terribly worthwhile for us. More Blood Echoes. That's handy. So that's equipped. That's a nice benefit for finding Yahar'gul. Yeah. The Hypogean Guile is the part of Yahar'gul that we have been placed into. I'm going to take a quick loop back and see if the gal down below has gotten any new dialogue. From this point, I could continue to make attempts on Dark Beast Parl. That's not a bad idea. Or I could explore other parts of Yahar'gul. Okay, I believe the lovely little lass was back through here. Ah, she was down this staircase.
Oh, merciful God, help me. In the name of the healing church.
Okay, yeah, she's going to continue to be like that. I really think in order to snap her out of that, I think I need to kill the Dark Beast to fight my way out of here. Naturally, you can teleport out of here without killing Dark Beast Parl, but it's pretty fancy if you can kill him. Actually getting the kill on that guy is going to be pretty much based on getting him into critical states. He has like a notably vulnerable critical. That's his weird little pulse attack thing. Okay, he is now in angry mode. I don't really want to fight two of them at once, but I may not have much say in that. That's right, they can go, when they're angry, they can go from the punch and the kick. This is one of those enemies that is in a lot of places in the game once you've got to this point, and you just need to remember and learn how to beat them, the same way that you fight a lot of the big lads earlier on. But I will remember how to deal with these guys after a couple tries. That's the way to do it. Yeah, and they can drop twin bloodstone shards, which are still useful for us in terms of upgrading. Got my other blood echoes hanging out over here. Oh yeah, they have like a little suction grapple thing going on. We really want to, ideally in terms of fighting these guys, we really want to get a backstab off while they're in their non-enraged state, while they're easier to deal with. Backing off for the stage transition is really a big mistake. Didn't quite get the counter there. That's a big long combo string. That'll deal with him. More basic bloodstone shards. Okay. So we have this lovely, creepy choral music thing going on through here. That one will try and run out to grapple you if you move forward carelessly, just like the one in the other area. Always a good mix of, this part punishes you for being careless, and this part punishes you for, well, this part punishes you for hesitating, and this part punishes you for going too fast. Yeah, that's right, we got a pig along this road. That guy hits for a lot of damage, so we'd rather not directly engage him just yet. There are various kind of late gamey items hanging out around here that we want to try and gather up with minimal combat encounters if possible. Near you. Bloodstone shards. I think that might make enough for us to finish off upgrades to like +6 or so. Okay, and now we've opened this door shortcut, so we can get out here without fighting those snatchers. I think we can only use that elevator in the late game once we've returned here. So, noteworthy item down there. It's behind some pigs. Trying to avoid as many dogs as possible. There's several of them around here. I want to kill this one because he's going to come at me anyway. Whoa! A little too close to this guy. I think I might hear another dog. You know, I think I'm good dog-wise. Never mind. Arthritis is a neat item that we're not using this run. Oh, I got hit by that same setup. It's happened a couple of times now. That kick of theirs is like really, really damaging. It takes 3 blood vials for us to fix what that kick does. They'll get mad pretty easy. He went for a grapple attack. They used that time to take him out. These blood vials. Okay, nothing likes to drop blood vials anymore. We're probably going to get to a point pretty soon where we will sell bloodstone shards just for blood vials. Blood vials are so much more important to us. So the right side is a pig that I do not want to get charged by directly. I can't remember quite the attack patterns of these guys, except that they're not the sort of enemy you want to underestimate. They will definitely motor after you, but I don't think they can cope with stairs. Okay, we've got this guy half dead. He can cope with stairs a bit. Okay. One down. should take that one a while to renegotiate that whole area, and I can loot the item that's down over here, which is unfortunately not blood vials, the only item I really want. But it's bolt paper, which is pretty cool. I believe here, behold, a pale blood sky. Yeah, we don't have that going yet. That'll occur later. There's a snatcher and some dogs down that route. So down this way, later in the game, there will be, there's a boss room at the end of this. We've got some armor that I believe should be pretty handy for certain fights, if not immediately. I accidentally did a heavy attack there, and it totally worked out. Grab some Madman's Knowledge. I don't believe we can go in here. Not now, perhaps not ever. Let's see. Brings Cold Blood. Cool. Alright, I think the next area we need to try to get into is the one with the Snatcher and the two dogs. Have we gotten in here? Yeah, that's where we came out of initially. So it's this route here. No, thank you. So I'm just going to run past him while he's in his less aggressive state, so I can check out this area back here and remember what we're dealing with. Okay, I believe I can open this up, and that's the other shortcut behind these forward wenches. Killed both of them. So now I can shortcut over here by getting past those two. More twin bloodstone shards. More pebbles. Lots of that stuff. Lots of excess junk. Lots of clutter. Okay, and then Dark Beast Parls on the other side of those two guys. I'm going to take another warp back to spend these 17,000, get my weapon upgraded, and then we're going to start fighting Dark Beast Parl. Yeah. I feel like there was an extra area around here somewhere that opens up after some kind of condition. But I don't remember what the condition is. Yeah, these are still all the tutorial messages. It's not this. This doesn't open up yet. I feel like it may be an offshoot of or something behind this main building.
The healing were once guardians of the hunters. They worked, and today, but they have so ascend.
Yep, ascend to Oedon Chapel. Okay, we can get the upgrade for the Saw Cleaver. Now we need Bloodstone Chunks to upgrade it. The Tontritis we can't equip, it requires more strength than we have, so it's not going to be useful. The Blunderbuss is already at the point where it requires twin Bloodstone Shards, and we don't care about scaling it up that much anyway. Hunter's Torch is upgradable, unlike the regular torch, but, you know. I don't think we have... Ah, yes, we can now add a third Blood Gemstone to this. Which is going to give us a handy-dandy physical attack plus 2.7%. It's not that exciting. Right, and we're not using those because it's thrust up and fire attack conversion. Fire attack conversion is useful in some places, but it's not universally useful. You have
Well, what is it?
relocated.
Farewell, good hunt. May you.
Is there something back here? I think is what I'm thinking of or forgetting or something like that. Oh, you know what? The only thing that shows up back here... Yeah, give accessories to messengers and they will adorn them. You shall wear top hats. Okay. So with that done and locked in, we're going to be buying a lot more blood vials. 30 blood vials will barely even last us a meaningful amount of time. At some point, we may need to just farm blood echoes to be able to deal with this stuff. Just with the amount of healing items and things we need. It's a lot. We're not... ideally, I'd like to get up to a point where I have a lot of... a very, very strong weapon attack before I need to farm. So we are able to quickly rush out here if we wanted to explore something else outside. But I think we may have gotten everything that we can for this early visit. Returning later, there will be more for us to do. Just wanted to take another cursory look along some of this stuff. Yes, that's an elevator. Elevator locked. Yeah, I believe that what's going to change here that will allow us to access more things is that there will be some more open doors. He's charging around. Okay, so we're going back into the lower level here, and we're going back after Dark Beast Parl. The biggest reason to try and kill Dark Beast Parl early, as we are going to be attempting, you get access. You gain the ability to purchase bolt paper, which is pretty useful. Was it this way or was it the other way? Yeah, it was past these two, wasn't it? Yeah, it's past these two, and then through here. And then past the two snatchers that are hanging out here, who I can generally just run past. And that puts us into here, and we run over this way. And this sees us ready for the fight. Okay, I'm going to try and fight it without locking on this time. Dashes from that position, 2 rolls from that position doesn't really help me. Right, he does a spark after some of those slams. That's right. That's part of his thing. If you get under him too much, he likes to perform that kind of burst attack. Too greedy. And he jumped forward and he just jumped forward and bit me. Okay, so I loosely would need to be like getting under him and then getting back out from under him without taking all this extra junk. I'm getting the feeling that people might be busy this time of day. Not seeing a lot of folks cruising by. So fire paper is very effective against Dark Beast Parl, but I don't have a lot and it is pretty expensive, so I'm not committing to using it just yet. Come to think of it, I might actually want, like, theoretically, switching my weapon's damage off to fire would be beneficial here if I'm not going to use the fire paper. You can only do one or the other, from my by my recollection. He didn't enter the burst that time. Get far enough away. The double roll's really not enough for that. I think running out is faster. I need to experiment more with the fight while trying to restrict my use of blood vials. So if I use too many blood vials in these bad runs, I'm not going to have enough for the good runs. Which is exactly the trouble with a BL4 run. It's not a bad idea if you want to try to run low-level Bloodborne to find a way to manipulate your save games. I think you can copy your save games around so that you can like farm up a lot of blood echoes, then buy a lot of consumables, and just make save game copies that are fully stocked. That's a whole lot of bother, and I'm not going to bother with that. I got hit by both of those claw swipes. You gotta dodge at least one to live. I see that I am barely keeping up with the game audio for some of these, so I'm gonna knock the game audio down a little bit. Or, no, let me actually knock my volume up. Just like, just a little bit. One thing worth noting, I don't think you can meaningfully shotgun blast this guy. I don't think so. Maybe you can. I don't know. Okay, I almost ran out of that. I didn't realize he was doing it because of my camera angle. He really loves doing that particular attack if you get underneath him. Okay, I'm going to try fighting for a while and see if I can avoid getting underneath him. There are times where he's just kind of jumping over me, and it's very naturally putting me in that spot. It was happening less when I was staying locked onto his head and fighting focused on that. Yeah, this is one of those guys where, like, managing him is pretty particular, and you need to manage him correctly. But when he's managed well, he absolutely just kind of stun locks into putty. There might be a setup for me to land a charged attack. I don't know whether that should be transformed or untransformed. Switched on or switched off. I can generally start the fight by running at his head, getting a light into a transform. He turned on me there. I have a very difficult time judging the range of this guy. He kind of hangs out in a murky environment. He kind of hangs out in this murky arena. He himself is like this big, murky-looking dude. Just kind of a whole mess of movement going on. All right, let's see. Small changes I might be able to make. Let me see if I can get better lightning resistance out of another armor set. So, let's see. Currently, which one of these is the lightning? It's the last number is the lightning. So this is the highest lightning resistance hat we've got. The Black Church Garb gives us more. Okay. So it's a slight adjustment, gave us 20 extra lightning resistance. I didn't catch what it did to our physical resistance, but whatever. Yeah, there's no light, heavy, medium armor in this. Every armor is balanced against every other armor rather than caring about weight. By my recollection, I think the Yahar Ghul set that we got recently here is best against fire, I think. We'd also pick up Gascoigne's armor pretty easily. Yeah, that extends a lot more in front of him than it does behind him. He is going to do that kind of turnaround attack. Okay, I couldn't get in the dodge between those. And he did the burst without me being underneath him, so maybe I'm wrong about the triggering circumstance for that. I have played with the axe in a run rather than the saw. Not in a BL4 run. I don't think BL4 can actually use the axe. Because I believe it requires a bit more strength than we have as a waste of skin. Not get distracted by a meaningless amount of blood. Man. Yeah, this double swipe keeps getting me. It's just like faster paced than Dark Souls 3 stuff. It is just a little bit of a faster game. Your character's faster too. I'd actually have to check back as well as to whether this game or Sekiro is faster. I think that kind of comes and goes. Of course, in Sekiro, you have only like 2 enemies who are particularly large, maybe. You got the one fellow on horseback, the monkeys, the demon late. Claw grip. Oh, that actually kind of moved me in a way I wasn't expecting. I got, like, jostled by that. Or was it? No, it was a bad dodge. I dodged too early. I dodged too early. It did kind of sweep me out on the first hit more than I had kind of expected that to happen. And we're down to just 13 blood vials, because taking a hit, we'll wind up using 2 blood vials. I don't remember if there's a way... I think there's a way in the game, but I don't remember where it is, to improve how much healing you get per vial. Because the amount of healing we're getting per vial right now is pathetic. I think it might be based on a Carol rune of some kind. Yeah, his head is sometimes just a little further back than I expect it to be. And that is definitely getting me. For a few of these attempts, there are going to be cases where I could heal up and push further. But I really want to get the fight more under control before I blow through my last 10 healing vials. Since it takes 3 of these to get my health back up. It's especially nasty in fights like this where an enemy or a boss is going to give you like a one-sided wallop and then not be safe to attack afterwards, because you can't retaliate your HP back up. Setup works. And that puts the boss into an uncharged state for a bit until it recharges. You can get in more hits while it's uncharged. Its swipes are now shooting out kind of lines of lightning as well. I didn't get the dodge through there. Okay, so that was a lot better. I think if I apply a fire paper between stuns, I just need to get a stun next time, and I should be able to make that work. I relented a bit before its second recharge. And that was a big, big mistake. I also need to mix in transform attacks better. But that was really close. Yeah, the margin between success and failure on bosses in Bloodborne is very weird. It can appear as though you're really, really struggling against a boss, and then the next moment you get the right pattern for a critical effect, and then you start just tearing the boss apart. Bloodborne's unique in the Soulsborne Akiro set of giving you real-like moments of power, even against boss monsters. I missed my critical there because my head blanked on, like, applying fire paper. And so I'll take a death for that. I was like, okay, now I apply the fire paper due to visceral. I messed up. I just messed up that entire idea of things and hit the wrong button. What's the fire paper button? Either way, I should be going for the critical before I apply the fire paper. And I can only apply the fire paper for one of these attempts. Basically, though, what it's looking like in terms of this fight, I only need to successfully dodge the boss maybe about 3 times if I manage the items and the attacks correctly. Which is pretty neat. It's maybe only about 5 hits right in the noggin to get the stun. I'll take the critical immediately, and then when it's recovering from the critical is when I should apply the fire paper. I let it do this, and I come to where its head is. Ah, it killed me. Okay, well, there goes our fire paper. This time we will use a beast pellet buff instead, when we get to that point. Bolt paper is pretty useless against this boss, as one might assume, from, you know, looking at it at all. Only got 4 beast pellets to work with as well, so gotta be careful. If I get up to the point of using beast pellets, and if I'm wounded at that point, I should heal up instead. Essentially what we're trying to avoid is we don't want to let the boss run around when it's in its late phase state where its claw swipes also have a projectile. Chomp chomp. And we're dead. Okay, forget using items at all. It's definitely throwing me off. Yeah, basically we want to hit it in the face a couple of times after the phase swap. It seems like using the transform attack is making me a little unsafe because it's delaying my ability to dodge out. I kind of want to hit it with 2 lights, then dodge, then get back to smacking it. Theoretically, I could be using a Beast Blood pellet on the way into the fight. That's a very committal type of setup. And that's kind of a thing about doing a Bloodborne low-level run, or Bloodborne speed runs, or those kinds of things. You're going to have very limited consumables to work with. You don't have a ton of like margin for error in terms of this. So it's a little more difficult to do like just successive tries compared to Dark Souls, because you are kind of losing something between your attempts. Kill. His behavior was very different in terms of his like first 2 choices, and I could not stabilize. I tried to dodge in to get under the claws, but it kind of knocked me back out. Seems like the proper dodge window on the double claw swipe is a little tricky. Thankfully, this is one boss that we can just kind of hammer on. as opposed to, say, like, Shotguns McGee mini-boss. He went into some of his attack behaviors a little bit earlier. I missed, like, 2 attacks, and that messed me up a good bit. So long as we're not using vials, we can just throw ourselves at this. Until we get the right lineup of the behavior. There is a weird science to a lot of these fights, and I'm not referencing the optimal routings as I play, because I think that'd be kind of lame. I mean, it might be lame that I'm dying repeatedly. That's possible too. I gotta cut this one way or another. But I do feel as though in some of the runs I've been doing, when I read out a strat, it does diminish the experience somewhat. There are some cases where I absolutely do it anyway. Heal up a little. Recharge, I think. I thought I might be able to get him to not do that. Give me that critical. Heal up again. Where's my money? And there we go. Yep, we'll work at that until we get the ideal behavior that puts the boss in a vicious cycle. So we're going to light this lamp, we're going to open this door. This door may be vaguely familiar because this leads down to Old Yarnum, and we've already been on the other side of this door before. So we don't really need to go through there. We're just going to run back and chat with the little Missy in the cell, because I believe she might actually... I think she might be savable. Oh, right, we took a fall. So we need to actually warp to get back there, which is fine because we've got a lot of blood echoes to spend as well. Back to the Hunter's Dream. Alright, glad to see that done. Dark Beast Parl can certainly be tough. Until you realize that, for some reason, his stun state makes him fold like a paper doll. I mean, that's just the way he is. Okay, I'm going to buy 30 of these and spend the rest of my money on one fire paper. Fire paper's not cheap. Yeah, a fire paper is worth like 8. Yeah, it's worth about 8 blood vials, a little less than, I think. Alright, let's see, there's some other business we have to attend to. We'll go back to the Gowl. I want to see if I can talk to her now that I've found my way out. If I can't, I think I might have locked myself out of her actual dialogue tree somehow. Possibly by not coming here early enough. It is possible to get to the Hypogean Gowl without killing... what's her face? I have forgotten the name. Vicar Amelia. It's possible.
All must God have me in name
Oh, right. You have to
God,
wear something from the
the healing
church.
You've come to save. I have no. You can take.
Advanced
Be
knowledge.
sure to please not. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was seized on the street by the hulking brute. There were many others, but I. So in the streets, perhaps. Do you know? I pray kind.
That's it. You have to wear something from the healing church. That's the trigger for her. There we go. It's a good thing I happened to change my outfit. Gotta rock the glam. I do dig the scarf. Okay, that should be all of our current business for Yahar Ghul. We could go up into Old Yarnum to like tangle with Jura and that kind of stuff. I don't think I need to bother with that. Yeah, they're worshiping some weird stuff around here. Now, I believe there's an extra item I think I can get by chatting with some people. I need to go back and visit a few doors, because I think it shows up in a somewhat random spot. Before I do, though, we're gonna... Oh, he just moved. He moves sometimes, Gehrman. He got bored. He didn't want to hang out inside. We can also buy fire and bolt paper with insight. Noteworthy. Short ritual root chalice. I'm gonna get Gascoigne's outfit because it's cool. And I think we're gonna put that on. Why not? I mean, most gear is pretty comparable. And yeah, this has got the long cloak. This obscures our like weird bug-eyed face. I forgot I set that cosmetic yesterday. Oh, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna go to Central Yarnum and bum around for a bit. So I believe that I qualify right now to get the tonsil stone, but I think I have to get it by talking to a random person. I don't know how the RNG for that is necessarily determined. Right now, we're still knocking out, like, kind of side quest items or missable things that occur in this weird midway point in time.
And I'm Gilbert. You must have had a fine time of it. Well, I don't think that I'm willing to have this time, whatever your reason, whatever can be gained.
Oh, right. This is this guy in this house is effectively our crestfallen knight of the game.
Have I heard?
Yeah, he has a good amount of dialogue to help us through the early game, but we've actually already cleared a lot of the areas he can give us hints about. I just forgot to pay him any mind. Alright, I'm going to go along the main road. I think we have some diminished enemies here now. I don't recall if that's notably diminished. I mean, they are figuratively diminished in that we can one-shot most of them now, if not all of them. Quick knock. That's all you got? Okay. Most of the folks around here have, they're a little worse for wear. Oh. You didn't get hit by the transform sweep. Rude. A couple swings to get a little bit of that health back. We're going to every door that has a red lantern out in front of it. Those are the ones where you can talk. Yeah, these guys are not doing super hot. Super hot. Super hot. I'm gonna go through here. Excuse me. Is he dead? Okay, he's dead. Blood vials! How very courteous. I really need those. Oh, he didn't die. Torchbearers are a little tougher. I'll take this little drop here, so we can cut around these guys. Very sorry for this dog. Well, I mean, pity optional. The dog would have no pity for us. I like that his dragging the axe across the ground makes a grating sound. You hear that, like, clattering of the metal on cobblestone. Little details, man. Awesome. Yep, these guys are going to continue to shout and mock us. We'll head over here. Now this is truly sad. We got the music box here earlier. This is the proof of their mother's death.
Was it really her? Mummy? Mummy? Leave me alone.
Yep, so we'll just break that news to her. We can tear these guys up pretty quickly now, and they have a pretty good rate of dropping blood vials. Okay, no dialogue there. This is just a bunch of crows, don't need to mess with them. Right, and this is the way back down to that stretch. There aren't any doors to interact with around there, so we're just going to cut back this way. Go back up this ladder. The reason why this all, that stretch might be disorienting is because the last time we came through here, we opened this gate. So by walking back through that gate, we're like kind of going backwards. Even a pretty cursory hit from the shotgun knocked that dog over. Not a problem. Here. Okay, there's nothing up here. This is just another way of getting at this same area. Kind of up in that, we've kind of glossed over it. In that big effigy they've got some kind of strung up beast. The town is a big old batch of amateur hunters, but it seems as though they can't tell what's what, or they just blame you that much for the presence of beasts. Initially, clerics were offering assistance, ministrating to the blood with their the powers of the healing church and all that. Unfortunately, in time, clerics and hunters became much more vicious and terrifying beasts than what the ordinary people were becoming. And so I believe there was a turn of sentiment. I think you'll have me. Might be a couple other houses to interact with around here, and if it's not over here, then it would have to be around the church lane, right? So this is the house that previously hosted the old woman. Get down. Yeah, there's no response because we got her out of there. Alright. There's something along this route that I'm not remembering correctly. Kill these fancier guys with a lot less strain now. It's very nice. I'm going to take this fall. There are some items around here that we never gathered before. Also, unfortunately, quite a lot of rats. Knife. Ah, the saw spear. That's handy. Okay, so to get to the other side of that, we would actually have to drop down again, which I'm not quite in the mood to do. Okay, given that I still haven't found what I'm looking for, I think I need to go to the chapel ward. So I believe that the setup for this is just kill Vicar Amelia and then check at the doors, and somebody should pass this off to us at one of the various Red Lantern doors. Now, one other thing I can do, a little bit of cleanup. There's a little bit of an interaction for us back at Yosefka's clinic. So I'm going to run back for that. Also, it is possible to like get behind this and get over there. I don't remember how just yet, without like doing out of bounds shenanigans. Getting behind Yosefka's clinic is something that we want to do. We need to keep that in mind. So here's the first floor sick room. This is like the initial room that we're in. And this is theoretically the room that we were treated in. But when we head back up here...
Oh, well, hello. Splendid. Let me ask you a small kindness. You're soon off to hunt, I presume? Tell them to seek Yosefka's clinic. Upon my Hippocratic oath, if they are yet human, I will look after them. Perhaps even cure them. This sickness, these beasts, they are not to be feared. This time the night is long. I may be trapped here, but I should do something to help. I'll even offer a... well...
Yeah, and she will reward you with vials of healing blood that can be useful. But, you know, she will experiment on people if you send them here, and they will die. I need to remember how to get behind the clinic, that area over there. I think it's connected to the Healing Church workshop, which I believe is that tall spire up over there. I think I can, like, fall down into that area through some setup there. Get down. Thank you for the blood vials. That's right, there's not much reason to kill him, or to do what I just did. Okay, I am going to use the Central Yarnum Warp to return to the chapel. I'm going to take another pass up into the Healing Church, and I'm going to take the fall route and fight the guy at the bottom of that kind of column area. I don't remember what's behind him. I think that might lead to the area behind Yosefka's clinic that I need to access. And we've got a lot of places to like get around to and take care of. Off to the Cathedral Ward. So the route that's behind the shotgun guy, I think actually leads towards the unseen village of Yahar'gul. Maybe? I don't fully remember. How are you holding up? Yeah, you can only hold one of her blood vials at a time. Old lady gonna be struggling. This is the gal we saved earlier.
Oh, great, thank you. The town isn't together. I cannot. But the only thing is if it was.
Right, we can only hold a blood treatment from one character at a time, which is like very unnecessarily restrictive. Yeah. Heals HP and temporarily boosts stamina recovery speed. We can only hold one of these. I don't remember if these infusions or treatments recharge or anything like that. I think we just use it as a consumable, and then we come all the way back here to get more later. Bloodborne feels really good to play. It is not a friendly game in a lot of ways. I appreciate that in several ways Dark Souls 3 is a friendlier game. Okay, so that over there is some stuff. Okay. Okay. So I have one more thing to grab while I'm, like, taking these falling roots. It's just a madman's knowledge. That's not even a big deal. So there's the special area I went over to. I think I need to fall here next. Yep. Yeah. So that whole route definitely causes damage. Usually requires us to use a few vials. This guy down here is a little bit of a dude. So we're going to open on him real strong. And that actually got him. Neat. He would be a lot tougher if we had not kind of paced out a charge attack. So I think this just puts us back in the alleyway. Okay, yeah, night to remember. That's all well and good. I mean, we're stuck here, might as well. Classic pros. I don't know if this is the same alley as the other one, or if this is a slightly different alleyway. It certainly feels like there's more stuff back here. More than I was expecting. Where does this elevator go to? This links with. Ah, this gets us behind that other area. So that's noteworthy. If only just for that, because that's all we're getting out of this. This is like an alternate means of getting into that spot back there. Because we got in by buying the item that cost us 10,000 blood. Okay, get some blood vials. I believe there are some snatchers that like prowl back here if we're careless. This is like one of the primo areas to get snatched and find yourself in Yahar'gul. Got this little dude. Right, this is one of the squid face guys. And he does the same lockdown attack as the witches from before. we have to be very careful about him. Those characters can also drain your insight. So that's a very useful gemstone, being that it is the crescent moon shape. We have one crescent moon slot. We can't put our radial gems in that slot, only crescent gems. So now we can use a less competitive slot in order to change our weapon over to fire damage. So that's pretty handy. Okay, no, this is the one I knocked out before. This is kind of the route that I was looking at before. Something just showed up. Okay, it's a snatcher. I knew you were around here somewhere. Could not remember where. That's right. You want to... That's how you deal with these guys. You tick them off, but you hit them while they're starting their enrage. Because you can use that to set up a backstab. That's how you kill them. I remember now. Rather, that's how you trivialize them. Okay, have I been to everywhere around here? I thought I saw an item there, but I was wrong. I didn't. Okay, I checked out down here. This area is like a loop, so it's just a bit windy. Yeah, it's a loop. It affords us this elevator and the connection to the healing chapel. And there's one snatcher back here, as long as you've killed the blood-starved beast. That is an option to use to access the Gowl. Okay. I'm going to make sure I've gotten everything down here. Yes, I have. Most of what we're getting for this fall is this little area, which does give us a back door into that other section. But we already walked in the front door, so it doesn't really help us a lot. Here we are back in the Cathedral Ward. And we got instantly murdered. I was thinking he would not get the spell off, and I was wrong. I think these spellcaster versions are actually buffed after killing Vicar Amelia. Vicar, Vicar. I'd love it if somebody could come into the chat and tell me which one it is. Fellow who has taken my souls, I believe, is the guy at the top of these stairs. At least theoretically. Neither of these fellows have actually wound up with my blood echoes. So where are they? There they are. Handy dandy. Wanted to get those back. Okay. So I'm going to check back on the lower row now. It's back over this way. Right. Oh, right, we've got you hanging out.
Oh, hello. Perfect not to go near the tomb below Henrik. And he... Don't go.
So we can head down to the place she's telling us not to go to in order to progress her quest. She's just tsundere like that. Progressing her quest for an for a BL4 run, for the low level run, we basically get a whole lot of nothing for progressing her quest. this is the direction we want to go right now. Going past this guy. Three-shot them now, not a big deal. We're waiting for them to drop items, and it's useless. Gonna knock on a few more doors. No response, because that is the door where we fetched a gal from earlier.
Alright. What crafty lot you think I'm an easy... Yeah, sorry. Too sharp for that bollock. Outsiders. What? Still probably fine. Come on. What, afraid?
Yeah, this guy, I believe, we don't want to save. I think bad things can happen if we try to save him. I don't quite recall. I think he's a fellow who will go crazy and kill our other rescued persons. Yeah, these guys are having a good old time, is what we're going to tell ourselves. Gain most of the health we lost from that gunshot. And some more killing. Yep, sorry, buddy. You are just not going to be in a good way. Okay, so we've done this loop around. Okay, so I am really forgetting where to get the tonsil stone, or the conditions for the tonsil stone. So I think I'm going to double check on what interaction is necessary for that. But before I do, I want to take a look out and try and recognize... Alright, so the spire I had seen before. I don't think it's that one. That's like a late game thing. When I was at Yosefka's clinic, I clearly saw like, that is a spire. If I am on that spire, I could probably get behind Yosefka's clinic. I can't tell where that is from here. Alright, so I may have to remember how to do that. You know, I think you probably get behind Yosefka's clinic through a route that actually requires us to progress the game in like the main area. So we don't have to worry about that immediately. Oh, okay, we have to enter the Forbidden Woods, so we just have to, like... Okay. This is a weird one. This is definitely a weird one. It's a circumstance where you have to kind of progress and then turn back. So, that being the case, it's time for us to progress. So I believe what we are looking for is this way, I think. Yeah. You've caught up with us?
Oh, now, let's just tell me what there's something I want to tell you. A bit of wisdom from the eminent master Logarius. Once, a scholar betrayed his fellows at Bergenworth and brought forbidden blood back with him to Canehurst Castle. It was there that the first of the inhuman Vile Bloods was born. The Vile Bloods are fiendish creatures who threaten the purity of the Church's blood healing. The ruler of the Vile Bloods is still alive today.
That is a pretty tough boss.
And so, for the path. I bid you may the
Canehurst is also kind of a secret optional area that's a little hard to get to. It's got some of the fanciest guns in the game, and you can get gun-related blood gems.
The password.
Fear the old blood. So the fellow who was watching the door is already dead. It's just a skeleton. The door was not locked by a man, but was locked by our understanding, so to speak. Weird stuff. There's a couple settings and like situations where you can very easily use that puzzle. Like you can do exactly that to people in D&D, and it's very simple. You just have a door. You have a door that is locked. You have a door with an arcane lock. I believe arcane locks can use a password. Arcane lock and magic mouth. The door will say something when people approach it, or when they knock, or something like that, or interact with the door. Various things. It'll like do a line that asks for a password. It'll only open if they give the password, because that's how the arcane lock works. And then on the other side is just a corpse. Really creepy. Very easy to set up. You can even do that as a player to try and like spook NPCs if your DM is cool. Alright, so we're in the Forbidden Woods now. There's kind of an extensive area here. Gain as much health as we can from that. So one trouble with Bloodborne, which is actually a trouble I have with a lot of games that are on the PlayStation 4, I think it's because, you know, you have nice graphics and you're able to show off certain things. Makes you want to put those things there, even if it's not necessarily the best idea. The problem I have is that things look really murky a lot of the time, and it's very straining on my eyes. There's like a lack of visual clarity that's pretty jarring. This area exacerbates that somewhat, so if I get stuck here, I will have to like go to other areas and take a break, so that I can get to places where there's like a simpler visual contrast. Because like when you wash your eyes over this landscape, it's very samey looking, so picking out details and like forming the correct contrast is pretty straining. Especially since you've got, like, fog. Like, so much of this area looks really indistinct. And I appreciate that they discontinued that trend in the visual design of Dark Souls 3. This problem does not exist in most of Dark Souls 3, because it doesn't have the same level of, like, visual clutter. Like, all this grass, these pebbles, these gravestones... There's a ton of environmental detail going on, but all of the details are kind of the same color, so it all kind of, like, washes out a lot. Yeah, we got crows here, too. There are crows everywhere. Whole game, crows. Full of crows. 2 crows. Okay, I'm gonna pop back to the Hunter's Dream. Because we have an errand to run before we progress here. So there's this kind of extensive area in the Forbidden Woods. There's like a village in the Forbidden Woods. There's all sorts of stuff. And at the far end, we've got a pretty neat, challenging boss as well. So we're going to work on that stuff. We're not going to get the fortifier weapon for a while. We could theoretically fortify the blunderbuss pretty soon. Okay. The Saw Spear is actually viable and usable in the BL4 run, if it's your preference. It's not my preference. Oh, we can also put a blood-tinged gemstone on here to add, yay, a whole plus 4 damage. Yeah. Okay, we've got blunt attack from this, thrust attack, fire attack. Yeah, the adept gemstones will give a specific damage type. This weapon doesn't deal actually blunt or thrust, I believe. I don't think so. I really don't know. Yeah, whatever. We acquired the Beast Rune. Temporary boost to transform up. We can replace the Communion Rune with the Beast Rune. Carrying 1 extra vial is not, it's not groundbreaking. But having better Beast Blood pellets is pretty useful. Okay, I'm gonna buy some fire paper while I actually can. I forget where, how far we have to get before we can buy Beast Blood pellets. So that's a thing. While we're at it, we should also actually use up our Madman's Knowledge. It's not a terrible time to use up our Cold Blood as well. $6,000. That's decent. I want to keep a bit in reserve. We've got 28 total. I'm going to buy a lot more of these so I can go a little ham on the healing for a bit. Much as I want. Okay, and now we are actually once again going to return to the Cathedral Ward. So this is a bit of an example of the game being unfriendly about its time progression and its hidden content. The trigger for what I was trying to trigger earlier is step into the Forbidden Woods. So in order to trigger this, you need to go to the Forbidden Woods and then move back and then like talk to somebody. And whoever you talk to will hand you this object that I was looking for earlier. And the thing that's tricky about this is if you just plow forward in the Forbidden Woods and you beat the boss at the end of the Forbidden Woods and get to the area afterwards, you just keep going forward, you'll trigger a time advance that will lock you out of the, what I'm trying to do. So, yeah, the thing I'm trying to trigger, you can only get it to happen if you make a choice to backtrack at some point along this. Be a little reckless in grabbing this. So we knock on a door. And we get killed. That being said, he was about to hand us the object we were after. If I had hammered through the dialogue, I might have gotten it. I'm going to have to kill at least 2 more guys than what I tried to. Ha! Oh, that's right. There's a fellow hanging out here.
Ah, you. Did you really think that now? Go away. I can't stand this. I'll spare you 1 nugget of it. Beware the Lady of the Night. I can see it in her eyes. She hears people whisper. Yes. Bloody wench, they should have... I'll spare you, beware. They're the biggest...
Actually, no. This fellow, I think, was actually fine. That's right, that's right. This fellow's actually fine. He just doesn't trust anybody. There's another character who is able to show up here.
Have you what would a
Or is it the nun that goes crazy? Somebody around here can go crazy and cause trouble. And I need to make sure I
This is a haven now. I don't suppose there's anybody out there worth saving it, but you did all you could. Amazing. Really? Makes me think. Makes it easier to bear. You've made life if you when the night of the hunt passes. Now, well, out of line. Give it a thought. Once the night of the hunt, give it a.
Yeah, the night of the hunt is unfortunately unending. Sorry, buddy. We can never be friends the way you want to. Okay, I'm gonna go the easier route over to that alley because I believe I can just go. No, I can't. That way doesn't do anything. I do need to go up this way and on the left. This is the easier route, maybe to. Oh no, that's right. I can go past here to the alley. And I can kill just this one guy. And then get over this way. There we go. Right, these two will have no response because I've gotten the characters out. Yeah, that's right. The character who doesn't believe us, if we tell him about Oedon, he'll wind up at Yosefka's and get killed. Not the end of the world. More's the pity.
The hours of the night are many, not even death. But step lightly round the gift of the.
There it is. That's fine. We weren't doing anything with our blood anyway. Just rip it out of our body. Okay, so now that we have the tonsil stone, now we can show something off. Now we can access another secret area, yet another one, with a whole bunch of stuff. And a boss that we gotta fight. So yeah, it's another secret area with another, like, kind of secret boss. Very missable. Do you have any more dialogue?
I've noticed
Nope.
what I can't.
Yeah, he'll distrust you either way, and he can get killed for that. Very easily. He can wind up dead. So, misfortune of misfortunes. To get over to this spot that we need to get to unveil the secret, we have to fight our way past Shotgun Boy. So that's where we're headed now. Now there's still a bit more stuff that I can loot over in this direction. So that's nice. As long as I can kill Shotgun Guy. So I might be at this a while. Hopefully it's enough time for some folks to, you know, turn up. Now thankfully, with the passage of time, this area is a bit brighter. I got point blank shotgun, and that's basically an instant kill. So there's that. I can spare myself some walking by taking a quick double teleport here. So we're gonna do that. If we want to break it up at some point, there's also we've also got more Chalice dungeons to run. And given that our weapon is at a +6, we don't have a lot of extra strength that is pending outside of, you know, whatever we happen to be working on at the time. Okay, so for this, I actually want to be teleporting directly to the Grand Cathedral. And basically, we'll just hook a left coming out of the Grand Cathedral, and we'll keep fighting this guy until we figure out a good pattern to kill him. We also have the option of going back to do the little questing segment for Our gal. Oh yes, the statues on either side of this are notably disturbing. I can't recall. I think these statues are not quite the same when you first approach this, but after you've killed Vicar Amelia, they change. And I think that's true of a number of different set pieces. The fact of this, though, is not that they've changed because you've killed her, but that they were always like this, and you are steadily learning to see the truth, or more of reality, as you are progressing. That's right, he's got a spear shotgun and a shotgun. Blood of Abriatas here. I was trying to just use the tree for cover for a moment. I can't really go much further back there because he'll wind up forcing me to pull some extra guys if I do. I think I may try fire paper on him if he would like to show up ever again. Really not in the mood to die when his health is this low. So his AI kind of ran out of ideas. He's having a good time. Yeah, maybe a little bit of distress going on. Oh, there I triggered a an emote. Does that work? Is it like... I thought it might be related to hitting X, because I was hitting X when that happened. Oh. Ah, that's it. That's it. You hold X. You can move. If you hold X and move the controller, you can do the various hand signs. I think there's a way. There's a way somewhere to assign like various motions to various things. I don't know where that is. It's not important right now, and it may never be. Bloodstone shards. So I think there's loosely a way to like get up on the rooftops for these areas here. I don't remember how to do that. I think there's maybe a bit of clever falling that has to happen. So if I'd managed to kill the shotgun bloke earlier, I could have heard some different dialogue from those doorways, but that's real tricky to do. Okay, so I think it's by falling here, yeah, that I can get this item up here. Frenzied Cold Blood. That is quite nice. Quite. Okay, so now we're heading on this way. guys set me up. So there is a loose problem with Bloodborne AI that I've read about. And sometimes you actually have to like restart the game or the console or something like this to deal with that. If the game is running for long enough, there's like a kind of memory leak that can happen that influences AI script and causes certain enemies to just kind of hang out or stand still, or just do the same thing over and over again because they like run out of their AI just like goes wild, runs out of things to do. It stops thinking good. That was moving this way, and then running down here. Yeah, is there another way to approach this when I pop out over here? Because I jumped down a bit, which left me vulnerable to those guys. I think there's another way to approach this where I can kill those guys instead. I think I have to, like, fall here correctly. Is it by coming around here and then doing some stuff? I managed to barely hit behind him with that. Most enemies are protected from you doing exactly that thing, where you go directly from one critical into another. I think Snatchers just aren't. More Twin Bloodstone shards. Cool, cool. Yeah, this angle sets us up behind these gunners. And that's just prime Dark Souls right there. Like, I was too early on my shotgun counter. He was not impressed. The area we're trying to get to is not far past this guy. The Rosmarinus is an interesting alternate ranged weapon. It's basically like a what's it called? It's like a holy water aerosolizer. So yeah, it sets up like a damage spray type of thing. I think there's also a flamethrower option. Now I think the Rosmarinus, I can't recall what exact like setups they're each effective against. That was a mistake, but I'm not dead, so we keep those. That's fine. You got my blood echoes. It was only like 2,000, but it's fine. Everything counts. Just gotta treat that guy a little seriously. We get a lot of stuff. Itch. Say the cold weather has been really doing a number on my skin and my face, all sorts of other things. And I'm not even going outside terribly much. It's just ow. I thought he was about to be vulnerable with that. He was not in that kind of mood. Ouch. That particular whirligig attack of theirs is very deadly. I think the ones down here have a bit more health than the ones on Hemwick Charnel Lane. Oh, cool tidbit. These guys have a couple, like, beast heads hanging from their belt. Pretty nifty. Twin Bloodstone Shards. Items like the Rosmarinus, and actually kind of Bloodborne stuff in general, always makes me think of, like, cool D&D campaign options. I really like, you know, loot and stuff and, you know, managing fiddly bits. I think D&D is really fun when players have, like, a toolkit and they have to choose, like, how to judiciously use these various items to get past the challenges that they're going to run into. Lead Elixir. I think Lead Elixir actually gives us poise, which is, like, normally not available. Shifts weight to deflect attacks. Make deflection of attacks easier. Also slows movement with no change to defense. I don't remember what is meant by deflection of attacks. Yeah, deflection of attacks, but no change to defense. I believe it is just slows you down, gives you poise, which is kind of like Iron Skin in item form. So here we've got this homeboy, which is really something. We're only able to see this guy because we've got the Tonsil Stone. There are certain conditions for being able to see these beings that are referred to as lesser amygdala. They're kind of a they're an eldritch horror thing. Bloodborne features both you know, regular beastly monsters and also eldritch horror monsters. So we want to hang out here in this little basin, being a snack. Need to walk out. Do I need to walk to the door? Yeah. We need to hang out here and get grabbed. So the first... Yep.
Oh, Amygdala. Oh, Amygdala.
Oh, you may notice these dudes have, like, 6-fingered hands and other stuff. Yeah. So, giving ourselves over to this guy in this place and getting killed in this fashion puts us in another special area, the same way as getting killed by a Snatcher. Notably, both being kidnapped by the Snatcher and teleported by the Amygdala do not cause us to lose our blood echoes. These are not truly considered to be deaths. So we wind up here in the lecture hall. We are currently within an area called the Nightmare. This is another jank way of getting into a late game zone. Quite the secret.
What a joy it is to behold the divine. It must be such a pleasure. You're in my debt, you know. You're nigh on a beast of the field. But here you are, treading a measure with the gods.
So, we're following an eldritch olden cosmology in the game. A cosmology from an era where the stars were not an understood thing. When an era when the realm of Earth and the heavens were kind of perceived as like a flat space and a dome with like God kind of lording over all. Which is not to say that like a time before we understood the Earth is round, because truly, if you go back, there were like Romans who knew the Earth was round because they did math. But it's a Dark Ages cosmology, a pre-Renaissance cosmology.
Are your feet as fat as your wits? Oh, cease this dithering. Take the plunge. Throw yourself to the wolves.
So the stars and things above are the realms of the gods, and when you believe that like God hung the stars up there for us to look at and they're oh so pretty, that's one way of thinking about things that kind of like the church supports and That's that whole kind of thing. But if you're not given to believing in the benevolence of a single god, you come to an understanding or a belief instead that the stars themselves are beings or entities, or they have there's something with a will out there in the stars, and it's foreign to us. It's got its own alien, greater than us kind of will going on. And how does such a thing come into an existence? How does it think? What is it? And people who are very, very troubled think about these things and expand on them. And so we have these greater eldritch fictions that arise out of this kind of occultic thought, the commingling of kind of astrology and backwards theology and just weirdness. And it's so nifty to think about and so strange. Okay, we've got the lecture theater key that will let us get around to a lot of other fancy places. We've got these kind of melty boys hanging out that are kind of slug-like. We've got the fellow who was talking to us earlier. He himself, I think, is some sort of fly creature. We've got a lot of doors to go about getting through in this area. Okay, that one doesn't open from this side, and the other one is locked. So we need to go through the locked one. And naturally, I mean, there's a door that's just in front of us that we could go through if we're boring. I think we might have actually needed a key to get into it in the first place. So we've got a heck of a lot of these slug students in here. Nightmarish things that they are. I'm getting a bit of lag, and that's actually lag in either the game or the capture card, or both. Yeah, these guys will try to throw a bunch of stuff at us and mess us up. We don't really need to interact with too many of them, though. Yeah, they kind of like fling acidic goo, if I remember right. I don't know. We don't really want to mess with it. We grab the Auger of Abriatas, a powerful casting item. The Auger is one of the handy reasons for coming over here. I believe it is the one that allows us to cast, like, the weird tentacle spell attack. Yeah, partially summon Abriatas. We don't have the stats to use it in this run. It is an arcane type of thing. Yeah, arcane power in the game is kind of the ability to wield the power of the stars, the gods, and that sort of thing. So we're just walking into this here darkness, and it's just going to pop us over to another part of this nightmare realm. I don't have a solid understanding of how it is that the nightmare frontier interacts with real space, except that I don't think anything is really real space. We're going back and forth between the nightmare frontier, the hunter's dream, and Yharnam. And it's like kind of loosely told to us that maybe Yharnam is real, but how confident are we in that, really? As we go through dream realms and kind of an endless night, we carve memories into ourselves for power as we dwell upon the nature of our blood. Yeah, I mean, like, why should we believe that Yharnam is real? Oh, we're getting a singing here now, which is often not present. I believe that might be the doll.
Welcome. What is it?
No, it's not.
Hunters about but do the gods love their
That
creations?
is a fun line.
I am a doll created by you humans. Would you ever think to love me? Of course. I do love you. Isn't that how you've made me? Hunters have told me about the church, about the gods and their... But would you... Of course I do, isn't that... Farewell, may
Yeah,
you...
isn't that a lovely, jarring little sentiment for anybody who's hung up on the idea of gods? I'm a doll created by humans. Would you even think to love me? I love you. I'm made to love you. How could I ever be something else? Are you somehow different? If you were made, what could you know about your making? What could you know about the thing that has made you? What can a doll know of a person? Facsimiles of facsimiles. You know, decoys making decoys, getting gradually less formed decoys. So the Nightmare Frontier, I think we have access to a few. I think we might be able to loosely get access to bloodstone chunks here, but it's not reliable. We would have to kind of farm stuff. And this, from what I recall, the enemies around here are pretty tough. I believe this is also an area where enemies are strongly fire reverse. You may notice this enemy carries fire, like a torch. I think he's also, like, hugely vulnerable to fire. So, we may actually want to change our gem orientation to be able to do fire damage to these guys. I'm going to muck around for a bit before I commit to that. Yeah, this becomes an elevator once we get further in. So the Nightmare Frontier is twisted with all sorts of imagery. We've got dozens of gravestones cracked open with sort of an abyssal-looking material. We've got these enemies hanging around. We've got this variant that will try to spit fire at us. They've got kind of a sideways split mouth, like a greater beast type of a thing. And the other enemy there that just disappeared is actually like a greater version of these things, which are, of course, our little crystal lizards. We barely caught him with that. It's handy that we did. These guys can be quite threatening if they get on the move. They can inflict some status debuffs. The one earlier dropped a murky blood gem. We can use that to make our weapon poisonous. I don't think that's terribly useful for us most of the time. Let's see, I think a little bit past here, there's like a PvP fight, right? I think some guy is going to come after us. Yeah, here he comes. Here he comes. What is your weapon set? Looks like he's got an axe. He is armed with the ability to, like, jank around the terrain a bunch. I think he's got a friend. That's not fun. That's right. He's got a buddy with a rapier and a shotgun and poison knives. Yeah, it's the whip rapier weapon. On the plus side, the transforming whip is a very, very slow weapon. So that's him. His buddy's, like, on the way. Yeah, if you're leveling up and getting a naturally higher defense by, you know, having levels, the lead elixir can be very, very strong. Since you don't have access to poise through armor or any standard way, the ability to access poise is just really noteworthy. Okay. There were some crystal lizard equivalents skittering around. I forget what those guys are called. They're like little nightmare ball dudes. I think they're actually called waking nightmares or something like that. Ah, this guy. This one's a crawling variant. There's a crawling variant and a torch variant. Yeah, and they get all lightning-y. So, beasts kind of fear fire and develop lightning attacks if they become suitably advanced. They kind of naturally oppose eldritch creatures, which are vulnerable to lightning and often have, like, arcane attacks. Right, something around here is throwing rocks at us. It's that guy. He's throwing rocks at us. That's right, the rocks have a very persistent splash effect. But they have a lot of travel time and they don't track super well, so they're very avoidable so long as we're paying attention. Rather than worry about that right now, I wanted to move back over here. Okay, that's right. We got some squiggle beasts and a poison swamp type of area. And a couple of other things. Okay, and this works us around back to the other area. I think this is where the rocks are being thrown. Okay, right? No, this is something else. Sort of. Okay. Alright. I am lost. That is okay. This is where we were doing the PvP fights earlier. Yeah, because this is the bridge. Alright, I'm just approaching it from a different angle. The detail in the environments is getting to me. A lot to take in order to differentiate these areas. Yeah, I remember this ledge is here, and that's got something. So we've got a rune. It is the Fading Lake rune, which relates to the lake rune. Yeah. Okay, it's Fading Lake. It gives us fire damage reduction instead of physical damage reduction. Runes are the only thing we're going to get to increase our defense as we go. So that's something. It's an option. So I'm going to call them Waking Nightmares, whether or not it's accurate. The bigger version of the Waking Nightmare that we kind of ran into earlier, but who got away, we may be able to actually get to him if we like die and re-roll the area. I can't remember how much better their drops are. We want to focus on this guy. There are a lot of those little skittery dudes with the blood gems on them here in the Nightmare Frontier. But we often can't afford to focus on them. Yeah, unfortunately, these big dudes, these like nightmare beasts, don't get hurt by the rock throwers, which I think is nonsense. I hate that. I have to watch out for these, like, flying rocks. Why don't you? They have kind of a minimum throw distance. There is another one of them who's kind of throwing things at us at the same time. Okay, he's over there. And I have my eye on him. It's not such a big deal. You just don't want those guys to be, like, hitting you by surprise while you're dealing with something else. Okay, so I dealt with the one on this side, so now we can cross over this way. So if I didn't pop up here and deal with that guy, he would probably hit me with something in the back while I'm crossing here and paying attention to that one. And also we had to kind of lure back and fight the beast that was over here. If we lose track of the floor, that was like a little bridge there. If we lose track of the floor, one might expect that that would be bad. We would fall down into that little poison stream area. And if we were down there, that won't stop these guys from throwing rocks at us. Our movement is slowed by the poison, and there's some squiggly dudes down there who are going to try to mess us up. We're probably going to wind up going down there later for items anyway. But what I'd like to do is try and find the opening of that elevator to get that shortcut out. Yeah, we'll get a heap of twin bloodstone shards for killing those guys. Alright, that should be leading back down to an older area if we take the drop, which we do not want to do. I believe we've already been there, but I can't really attenuate to a whole lot of visual distinction going through these areas. Okay, I walked through this, and I checked out the right side. There's a bridge there. I remember being a bit dangerous across that bridge. I think I need to stand on here, which will make this fall down, which I think opens up a shortcut relative to an earlier area. Yes, because this is like the earlier part that I was at, and this is the approach. Yeah, I came down here, right? Yeah, I think I came down here earlier. I know because these guys are dead. I can't exactly remember where I am in the overall layout, but anyways, instead of taking the down route, I can now go on the left, and there's a ramp. So that's a shortcut. And I can go across there. I think I can also... Was there something else up here that I left? No, because I can't get on top of that. That's not important. And I checked back there. That's all dealt with. Ah. That's another thing about the air in my house being real dry. It strains my eyes overnight. I think these sparkles exist to possibly kill us. Oh yeah. Hello, patches for Bloodborne. But we've unlocked a shortcut to get back there, so it's not that big a deal. Yeah, so that's Patches the spider. He's a spider in this. So we're afflicted by slow poisoning. This thing is moving at us. So by and large, slow poison is kind of a reality of this area, but we do want to be able to remove it. Let's get my antidotes at the ready. We got donked on the head by that guy up there. Yeah, there's a whole lot of nonsense down here. There are some more items down there as well. So we have theoretically lost 20,000 Blood Echoes, but the easier way for us to think about that is we never got 20,000 Blood Echoes in the first place. Just don't worry about that, because we are not likely going to get those back. Okay, so this should be the spot where I can hook the left, go back up here, and we'll hike across the bridge. Now, I believe Patches the Spider can only kick us down once. So now we can come over and grab this. Yeah, not even that important of an item. Yeah, we're not going to willingly jump down there again. Because it's not a great way of approaching that. This is the guy who killed us just a bit ago. He is down but not out. We're going to get this. Clockwise Metamorphosis. I think that's actually a pretty meaningful rune. Oh yeah, 10% max HP. That's really solid. Okay, so heading down here after him, we might actually be able to get our Blood Echoes if I can find out where they went to. That being said, there's another dude up there who's super ready to throw rocks at us. So gotta be on my toes. Okay, there's my Blood Echoes. I can grab them. It was actually not that same guy. It was that one over there. He was throwing stuff at me. Oh, I got hit by a rock again. Yay! Yeah, these guys have a really cool looking design. They're like sluggy and they've got tendrils, but they've got like a ton of dudes inside. Super nasty. Okay. That over there is really the area we're trying to get to. That's where the boss arena is. I don't believe we can survive a fall down there. I might try if I can like get my souls back or Blood Echoes. Have a go of it. We will be killing this guy every time through. If we can get the corpse search on him before he, you know, ragdolls off the ledge, we can sometimes net some blood vials out of the deal, which is great because blood vials are always in short supply. Missed you last time. Okay, next time I go back to the Hunter's Dream, I'm gonna have to remember to sell off my basic blood shards, because I do not need them by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, in an ordinary run, if I was experimenting with a couple weapons, or making some weapon transitions, they could turn out to be pretty useful. Advanced knowledge over here. Make a transformed sweep attack, pair them, clear out that nest of guys. Get a very potent Frenzied Cold Blood 9. That's a lot of Blood Echoes. These smaller ones are less threatening than dogs. And if you really want to, you could like farm them for thick Cold Blood. Stunning Deep Sea. I don't quite remember what that does for us. can check. Ah, rapid poison resistance plus 200. Rapid poison is Bloodborne's name for toxic. And yeah, I mean, it's about as not so dangerous as toxic is in other games as well, so. I mean, Dark Souls 2 is the only one that dispenses with toxic. You don't get toxic in Dark Souls 2. Poison is just as bad as toxic in Dark Souls 2. So, you just don't have poison. You only have toxic. You don't have toxic, you only have toxic. Enjoy that logic. Okay, grab our Blood Echoes, and we basically need to try and sprint through here. Or a rock lands on us in a bad way. We actually enjoyed some invulnerability by virtue of picking up an item there. We need to jam on these before we get killed by our active slow poison. I believe what we want to do here is actually get past this rock thrower while not getting murdered by the other rock throwers. Okay, and now that we're over here, we're a good bit safe. Slow poison is a little unique, and like Bloodborne slow poison is. Oh yes, so this guy is quite a trip. So the frenzy effect is basically the bleed status effect from other Dark Souls games. This enemy type that has the like massive eyeballs on its head inflicts frenzy by looking at us. In addition to like being able to do other things, like there where it hit us with a lethal grapple attack because we were trying to get behind it and he was in no mood. Sizz, real freaky looking dude. The elevator that I need to unlock is like around here, really close by. But I've mostly remembered where I need to run to, so I think I can just run past some enemies to get at it. Yeah, these guys can be kind of nasty to approach. They don't have a ton of health. I mean, my mistake there was that I tried to get behind it instead of just running at him to attack. Like a lot of things in Bloodborne, the correct answer was just, like, attack it very fast. I can't get up there, can I? Maybe not from this angle. I forgot to grab that. That's just some lead elixir. There might be some use cases for lead elixir in BL4 that I'm not very aware of. In the base game, it's a godlike item, because it's the only way to get poise. Oh yeah, Patches the Spider is kind of hanging out up there. You can just kind of see him. I can't recall if there's a spot we can stand that allows us to talk to him. Cannot recall. Since we'll be heading down this way anyways... take this guy out. You should make the rest of my walk easier. Take this guy out. These are all one-time spawns, so every time we can knock one of those out, that's super cool. So I think the safer way to get through all this is to beeline for this halfway point, because this is underneath the watchful eye of these guys who want to throw rocks at us. I think... Never mind, that's just a dead end with a single item. It's a dandy item, but it is a dead end as well. We want to avoid having extra poison spat at us. We get enough poison just running around here, thanks. Yeah, the rock thrower is just like slamming into nothingness right now for a bit. Super cautious about what we're doing here. Because getting clocked with a rock at the wrong time will be very bad for our health. Okay, and now we're through the area. Ugh. And now we can try to deal with this guy again. This super deadly punk. So you can sometimes hang out in areas that like block line of sight. Yeah, we did not hit him promptly, and we got killed by the frenzy effect. So that's too bad for us. There are a lot of areas where you need to get past these guys by like line of sight blocking them. It's very beneficial to us if we can get an anti-frenzy rune. I don't remember where to find one. I don't remember if armor affects our frenzy resistance. It does. We can get armor. We can wear something that has better frenzy resistance. Gascoigne's armor is actually pretty bad at it. I think we'll be going back to Yharnam Hunter. Because, yeah, this is 23. We could get 41 out of the Yahar Ghul armor. We can also get 41 out of the Yharnam Hunter garb. I don't remember how Beasthood works. How do I get an explanation on the stats in the game? I absolutely forget how to look at that. I think Beasthood might relate to how good we are at using Beast Blood pellets. R3. Yeah, reduction of damage, physical, blunt, thrust, reduction of damage from firearms, arcane, fire, bolt, resistance to slow poisoning, resistance to rapid poisoning, resistance to frenzy, and the closer you are to Beasthood when temporary transformed. And the temporary transform is triggered by the Beast Blood pellet. Banned by the Healing Church due to their unclear origin, grants a spurt of Beasthood. Ripping apart the flesh of one's enemies and being rained upon by their spattering blood invigorates one's sense of Beasthood, feeding strength and euphoric feeling alike. Yeah, what's it called? Beast Blood pellets and the Beasthood effect is, I think, one of the most poorly explained mechanics. One of the most poorly explained and most important mechanics in all of Bloodborne. As I showcased when fighting the Bloodstarved Beast, which I was able to showcase when fighting it, because it's like a fight that I know decently well, and like not that threatening of a fight. Beasthood is your most prominent like source of extra bonus damage. It ramps you up to a really ridiculous degree. And there's a lot of things in the game that kind of interface with it, but you only get access to it through this pretty like limited and expensive consumable. I wish it was more integrated into the game than that, or more accessible somehow. I forgot these guys can jump at you, but they can. I'm uncertain if there's another means of triggering a Beasthood effect other than the full-blown transformation, other than the Beast Blood pellet. I'm not aware of one. But yeah, that's more of Bloodborne for you. It's the good and the bad part of Bloodborne. Like a ton of your possible power and ability comes out of this kind of tricky, expensive consumable, and like, yeah, that's cool, but it's also like annoying. So you have to like take the good with the bad for it. So I don't really care about fighting that guy, but that visceral protects me from the what's it called? performing that visceral protects me from the rock that was flying in. Move down here to be out of line of sight from the frenzy effect. Nope, still triggered it. And I got killed by that thing's wagging slappy hand. Great. So yeah, popping down here off to the side will get me around this. Oh, it didn't notify you? You gotta check on your notifications, man. Yeah, I've been up for 2.5 hours of the run. I've killed a boss too. Just one though. I have mostly been futzing around some pretty tricky areas. But yeah, currently we are roaming around the Nightmare Frontier, which is kind of a late game area that we kind of backdoored into. Because if we don't backdoor into this area early, there's a boss that we won't be able to kill. So we had to show up here so that we can run this dude down. Bad hit there. Back across the poison swamp, using more consumables every time we have to do this. He can't really hit us from this trajectory, so we don't have to worry about him. But if we take the wrong path, then we have to worry about these guys. Because again, chew on an antidote because we've got him to spare for a bit. Okay, so we'll head over this way. We need to take this kind of fall, and then this fall, we get our blood echoes, for all that matters. Kill this guy, heal up, frenzy effect. That actually dropped bloodstone chunks. So I believe that leaves us one bloodstone chunk short of carrying on into the next upgrade. That is a pit that we do not want to accidentally fall into. There's that loose, like, kind of creepy, lilting sound that you may pick up on. That is being produced by those, like, eyeball head enemies that cause the frenzy effect. Gives you a little bit of a hint that they're lurking around and you need to watch out for them. Okay. It's a little further ahead to get to the shortcut that I want. It's around here somewhere with all these guys looking to shoot poison sprays at us and run us down. I think it's off to the right through here. If it's back down here. I don't remember it requiring me to go through so much poison, but maybe it does. It might be up this way for the shortcut. Which would mean I have to get past this guy with the torch. Not the end of the world if I have to get past this guy. Like, this is a very fightable dude. Excuse me, I'm just gonna head on up here. Pay me no mind. Here we go. Now you have to be careful about this elevator. If you actually come at it on the left or the right, you can just fall into the abyss. So that's a thing. All right. So now that that elevator is active, we can get back here without all that extra hassle. Handy dandy. Yeah, the torch wielders will get frustrated and put down their torch and like turn into the crawling variant if they take enough damage. It does take a while for them to do that, so once again, that's a case where you can take advantage of an enemy behavior in a really big way. Yeep. This enemy is taking advantage of my behavior. So when they rear up like that, they're doing like a cloud of slow poison. I believe you can just kind of blast their interior to inflict a ton of damage. Okay. That spit they fired at me inflicts rapid poison rather than slow poison, which you can tell by the red of the debuff. A lot of these rocks are not passable. Okay, the cloud is also rapid poison. That wasn't quite dead. Got some thick cold blood. There's a lot of noise pollution when you have a lot of these angry things around. It's very angry things. Okay. Looks like one attack sequence terminating with a transform attack will take them out. I vaguely recall there being a useful item back here somewhere. Maybe past these flower things. It's either that, or I'm vaguely recalling that one of these flowers is going to randomly try to kill me. I don't remember which it is. It's one or the other, right? Like 6 of 1. Valuable item, eaten by a plant, you know. Slow poison again. Kin cold blood. That might be what I was remembering, because that is a heck of a lot of blood echoes. Or it's possible that what I'm remembering is back here, behind a lot more of them. I missed one of those sweeps, so I'm not able to one-combo kill that guy. More thick cold blood. Cool. I'm using a lot of, yep. Okay, they just went crazy on me there. So yeah, there's one last item back there. I don't recall if it's worthwhile, and we're not going to try to force it. I'm ready to start making attempts on this boss. I do not have a whole lot of blood vials to be fussing around here. And we've got the elevator at the ready, so it's time to start on the fight. Oh. I accidentally had my weapon transformed for that. A couple more blood gemstones. Yeah, these nightmare beasts can drop a lot. Oh yeah, it's because there's a special area in the game. I've already gotten through it at this point. It was the first thing I did when I sat down. There's a special area of the game that you can only access by being kidnapped by a particular enemy. Ouch. I was really hoping he was not going to do that exact behavior. Ow. I'm getting kind of savaged by this dude. My turn. Yeah, there's a prison area in the game and you can access it earlier out of sequence by getting kidnapped. And there's you can get a couple cool items doing that, and there is an NPC that you can rescue from the prison. But if you don't get there out of sequence, she'll be dead when you arrive. Okay, so we're coming over here to face a big spooker. I forget how he shows up. Right, that's how. He's gonna fire some lasers at us. And he's got like a hand slappy thing. Yeah, the trick about him is evading his hands mostly. Hand blasts. And like other Bloodborne bosses, it is initially going to look like we do almost nothing to him until we start getting off criticals, stripping away his defenses. Most bosses, after you have landed enough hits on a certain section, have kind of an armor break effect. You can kind of think of it the way that it's called Monster Hunter works. They'll have kind of an armor break effect, and then you'll start doing more significant damage. That's actually something I need to throw at my players in D&D. I think that'll be the second area they get to. Probably third session of our Monster Hunter campaign. Although, if I want that to be the third session, I need to really ramp up the pace for the second session. Because the first session they got through one hunt, I want them to get through at least 2 more before they move on. Yeah, well, even holding at 3 viewers, I'd have to go for like, because I did 2 hours with only 1 viewer up. So to balance that out, I'll have to be streaming for quite a while at 3, if it's just 3. Let me see. If I had, say, 5 viewers, to even out with a couple hours of 1 viewer, let's see, if it's 2 hours at 1, and I want to hit an average of 3, if I had 5 viewers for 2 hours, that would even out, sort of, thereabouts. Yeah, attacking the legs of this guy, like a lot of other bosses, is not terribly effective. We really want to be going at his head. We can sometimes make do with his arms, I think. Right, he's got like a pus attack. Trying to remember his attack patterns and what I can aim for. Weird, gangly dude. I think attacking his tail might actually be an effective option. No, I'm doing like 13 damage per hit. That is hitting him for 4. That does almost nothing. I think his glowy arm is a meaningful attack target. The one with the eye. It is really tricky to hit some of these targets, because they're like way overhead. I know the most effective place to attack is his head. We do have to not get lasered though, that's important. like loosely thinking it might be possible to fall down like through this route to get down there. I don't really think so though. I don't know. It might be the kind of thing where you have to get lucky on the terrain to live. Let's see, the Amygdala, I believe, is also an Eldritch type enemy, which is noteworthy. We have the option to change our damage type to fire right now, but we don't have the option to change it to lightning. And Eldritch type enemies are vulnerable to lightning damage. Yeah, let's see. Got 2 tempering blood gemstones here. The fire blood, a better fire blood, another slightly better fire blood. We got the slow poison effect as well. So we don't actually need to fight that guy coming through here. Although fighting him or being in the habit of fighting him could give us an advantage in terms of recouping a couple blood vials on the kill. We're not going to worry about that so much. We are likely to hammer through a lot of blood vials, but we can actually like try to spend some time farming this place. It's not a bad idea. Okay, so we get a good, like, 100 damage out of attacking that arm. We have a pretty good opportunity to attack if he decides to do that little vomiting thing, or if he does lasers and we evade it. I think he's only ever really going to decide to do lasers if we're lined up with his face. That's like a grab attack, using his little hands. Well, they're not little, they're just close to him. Yeah. He's got a lot of reach. That attack will just kill us. We didn't have enough room to evade behind us, which can definitely happen. And you need to kind of make judgments about going between his legs when that happens. And that's kind of a trick of the pace of the fight, is figuring out when to go between his legs to get behind him. I think that the way we should manage this is probably by going through his legs and then trying to attack his arms from weird angles. This is not going to be the fastest way to kill him. Because I believe we can attack him. Ah, a Bolt Blood Gemstone. That will actually allow us, if we want, to convert our damage to lightning. I'm going to take one more attempt at him, and then if that attempt doesn't go through, I'm going to warp back and then try a damage conversion, and then see if we do more damage to him with lightning. It's very unfortunate that it's kind of continuing on what has been the later Dark Souls philosophy. We cannot weapon tinker while we're out and about. We have to go back to the hub in order to do that, which I find really annoying. Since, like, Dark Souls 1 does not subject you to that. I wanted to just run through his legs. He had other plans. Up. There we go. We triggered kind of a hand cripple there. spots I can sit where I can hit his hand with light attacks. Right, he has a jump thing. Okay, that's his little vomit thing. Okay, he's just regenerated one of his hands, which is a dandy thing for him to do. It takes him time. Okay, that'll be a second phase. Popped another hand. He's healed up his parts again. We popped another hand. He kind of caught us there. I'm gonna try and go out through his legs. He did not let me out through his legs. So there's a possibility for Bloodborne bosses to kind of stagger lock them by switching back and forth between the parts that you're cracking open, but attacking a part you've already cracked open gives you bonus damage, and you need to kind of balance these approaches. Okay, we're very low on blood vials. We're at under 20 now, so we need to be very judicious about how we handle these. Oh, that's right. I said I was going to go back and modify gear, so I'm going to do that real quick. Let's see. The lamp is... Where's the lamp? The lamp is right through here. There we go. There's the lamp. Back to the Hunter's Green. Now, the alternative to converting our weapon to lightning is that we can use bolt paper instead. Both options exist. Bolt paper is pretty limiting and very expensive. Like, modifiers to your damage are way more expensive in this than they are in any other Souls game, relative to how much you're getting from bosses. It can be offset if we start clearing some Chalice dungeons. Okay. We don't have better than these. So, yeah, we'll get Bolt Attack plus 6.3%. For that matter, we could be doing like 8 or 9 more damage just by having a stronger Tempering Blood Gemstone. So that's something. Our strongest fire is also plus 8%. We're going to go over to Bolt. So we're losing about 30 damage in order to convert to lightning. And I believe also that the lightning damage is not visible on our swing, but we are dealing lightning damage now. So long as I am here, I'm going to use some cold blood and convert that into more healing vials. Handy dandy. And while we're at it, we will go ahead and use this kin cold blood for a solid 8,000. Some more frenzied cold blood. More frenzied cold blood, and we'll convert these into buffing items, papers. So yeah, it's 5,000 for bolt paper. So every bolt paper is 10 blood vials worth of bolt paper. It's 540 per blood vial. I believe we can upgrade blood vials at some point, and when we do, I believe they become more expensive to compensate for the fact that they're healing more. You're not paying by the item, you're paying by the healing. Yeah. But I completely forget what we need to do to get those up to +1. I think it's based on consuming a certain item, but I don't believe we found that item yet, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, the 1/3 of umbilical cord we're going to hang on to until the end. Used to gain insight, and, so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. Yeah, insight and eyes on the inside is the capability of truly understanding ourselves, our place in the world, and the nature of the world itself. Because the nature of the reality that we're exploring is kind of the incubation of an Eldritch God, and by attaining insight and power in sufficient measure, we can become that new god, and that's the goal of the game. So now we can see the lightning effects when we hit people. It is less effective on these standard beasts. They are more resistant to lightning and take more damage from fire. So we're disadvantaging ourselves against them to get an edge on the boss. So on the boss, the test should be, we should be doing more damage as we attack the limbs. Or possibly the head, if we can get the head to hang out. I can get hits on the head when he's in the hit stun for getting one of his limbs crippled. That's like a solid thing to aim for. His first attack is almost always going to be the laser, except for this time. Ouch, got one stomp there. Yeah, we're dealing about 150 damage when attacking a crippled limb. We use his healing to restock. Ouch. Okay, so he's got a triple swipe when he's doing the grasps like that. Swipes. Rampaging swipes. Okay. That set of swipes I don't know how to deal with. How the heck I missed all those attacks. Okay, that's him healing up. That's a stomp. Okay, he moved his head over to do that waggle at me. I think that's something he can do because he's in his second phase right now, and he's angry. Yes, pinpoint laser beams. That's a second phase attack. Just like murder me out of nowhere? Yeah, that kind of happened. I do not understand the properties of how he does damage in phase 2. He just kind of does stuff, and I hope that my stuff is enough to beat his stuff. I believe we are solidly doing more damage with the lightning setup. I'm not sure, like, quite by how much. I don't know. So I think we're at the point where I need to be weaving in some transformation attacks, and I might need to try to hit him in the face more. The cadence of inflicting damage in Bloodborne is peculiar. Simply attacking quickly, even spending all of your stamina attacking quickly, is not the most effective way to do damage. Even if the enemy was just standing still doing nothing. But yeah, there I believe I got killed either by a single offhanded blunt attack, or it's possible he was doing extra damage in some way. Come to think of it, when I was back at the in the dream, I should have done some modifications to my runes to get that 10% health rune in there. I'm just going to call that attempt a wash. Sometimes that happens. There are there are a few attack patterns this guy does. I can loosely recognize some of them, but for each of this dude's attack patterns, he's just got hitboxes all over the place. I'm pretty sure I can actually ignore the first guy if I want to, so this time I did. I should not be ignoring him on the regular, because I can get some blood vials and some gems by fighting him, and so I should do that. It's very funny. There are some later bosses that also look very messy, but are a lot easier for me to understand than what the Amygdala is doing. Okay, I understand the floor laser. That being said, I did get killed because he did like a double swipe thing. Like, I think the Amygdala has it doesn't actually have that many patterns, but I really cannot understand its telegraphs or what it's doing at almost any point in time. Yeah, I couldn't put my finger on or tell you necessarily what games are like Bloodborne. I mean, FromSoft definitely has its stuff with Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Sekiro. There are just a couple of games that have a similar playstyle. There's Nioh, which I believe was made by Team Ninja. A severe departure from their usual style. That is, if it was Team Ninja who made it. I can't recall if that... I think Team Ninja made Nioh. It might have been a different studio, like maybe the guys behind Onimusha or something. Pausing to pick up my paltry amount of blood echoes got me killed. I didn't actually need to worry about it. Oh, yeah, Fallen Order. Yeah, Fallen Order, I've heard, also has a gameplay style somewhat similar to this. That is also on my list to sit down and play, but it's going to be a lot more casual when I do. So I think Fallen Order, even on hard mode Fallen Order, I think is going to be way more casual than this. So it's on my list, but I didn't want to start something new before going into the holiday. Also, I was just pretty excited to get back to Bloodborne, because I do really like Bloodborne. So I'll probably get back to more of a routine of rotating my games, kind of in mid-December, and going into January. I don't know how much stream time I'll miss in December. It's a busy month. I'll have to be running errands and such. Figuring out gifts. I know that I've got one of my Mondays. I think it was going to be the second Monday in December. I'm taking a bunch of friends out to dinner. I'm going to take the occasion to dress up just a little bit, probably. I don't know if I want to bother with a dress shirt. I'll think about it. Maybe I'll just wear a nice sweater. So 3 hits. Saw the telegraph for that one a bit. It's a bit, though. I should have a lot of his limbs very close to the breaking point. Get out of this corner. Shakes his head like that in the second phase. Okay. Alright, I forgot he has this bit during the second phase where he rips out his own arms to get more reach. That hurt. Yeah, dude is plenty metal. So I was just really having a hard time getting in proper hits, but I think I figured out what I need to do in terms of the stratagem for the fight. So I need to focus on crippling a limb and using the limb cripple animation to get in headshots, and just doing that in kind of a loop. Crippling a limb gives him a stagger, but crippling the head should give me a visceral. I think the head is also more vulnerable to damage. But once I get into the second phase, the position he's holding his limbs at changes, and it becomes a lot harder for me to connect damage. So I need to make sure that he is very injured when he transitions into that phase, so that I don't have a lot of extra work to do once he's like that. because attacking the body, the legs, or the tail does almost no damage. He only really takes damage on the limbs and the face. But once he rips out his back arms, the back arms are no longer dangling back there for me to hit, and his front arms are a little bit raised since they're wielding the back arms that he ripped out. I don't even know if ripping off those limbs hurts him, funnily enough. Very Dark Souls. So 6 hits is enough to disable a limb, or yeah, to get that stagger going. 1, 2, 3. Repaired that limb. Oh, I got hit by like a wayward limb there. Want to be at full health, thank you. Actually understanding his basic limb sweep pattern, I think. It's just very annoying. He is very persistently attacking right now. Okay, yeah, this is a pseudo phase 2. It seems like he actually has 3 phases. This is the phase 2 where he starts making occasional magic attacks, and the phase 3 is when he tears out some arms. Get out of that. That is a bunch of goo. A little too close there. Goo. Almost got me. This is laser. If I could evade more of these attacks correctly, I could get in a lot better punishes. Come on, stagger already. Okay, there's his limb tear. Got landed on again. I just got killed by a 2-hit combo there. So I was baffled by the fact that I could not stagger his limbs for the entirety of Phase 2. I might be misunderstanding some of his Phase 2 defensive properties. And I hammered through a lot of recovery items there. Yep, I'm down to 5 healing vials. Because that's Bloodborne. I bought 50 healing vials, like, just 2 or 3 attempts ago. I am getting pretty close on him, and I'm understanding a lot more of his attack patterns. But I am jamming through a lot of healing items when I make mistakes. And the mistakes are pretty frequent. His attack patterns just cover really big areas. He's a big guy. Nope. I think I may want to try locking onto his face and see if I can shotgun blast it from close range. That might work out pretty well. I have no idea. Blood tinge damage doesn't tend to get you a lot, but it could be worth it if it causes a stagger on his face. And we can maybe try augmenting it with Bone Marrow Ash if we're going to take some shots like that. Not try Bone Marrow Ash because we're having a very hard time hitting the head. Very predictably. Shake his head this time? No? Wow, that. I didn't catch on to that at quite the right time. That actually did pretty solid damage. That's a nice 150. That killed me? Yeah, I'm dead. Okay. Well, it's not worth all that fussing to do like an odd 100 damage if he's not getting staggered by that setup. That being said, I did figure out how to handle his early phase attacks a lot more safely. Just like going in and out at the right times. So I think from this point we should be able to handle more or less normally without using a lot of extra vials. I think I'll be planning to play till 11 tonight, so about another hour. thought he was going to do. Well, there's the last of my healing, and he slapped me out of half of it. And I'm dead. Okay, let's, we need to take a trip somewhere to do some farming so that we can get more vials. This is the annoying part of Bloodborne. I can use Cold Blood to get some for a bit. But, you know, let's go back to the Hunter's Dream. Bone Marrow Ash is really not doing anything for us, so we're going to turn it off. No, I have not done anything to stream. I have never manipulated stream delay at all. The delay happens automatically based on, like, how well the performance of the game and the internet are going. So, delay will just kind of happen as much as the game needs it to. We can change this, I think. Clockwise metamorphosis is pretty good. Anywho, let's use the rest of our Cold Blood. Okay, so there's that. We're going to come over here. And we're going to sell off 50 Bloodstone Shards. And we can never use the Detritus, so we'll sell it as well. There's not much point in selling these because they don't sell for enough. Alright. There we go. That is a handy amount of stuff. Back to the Nightmare Frontier. Yes, the stream will either delay or not delay, just based on how willing my internet is to cooperate on any given day. I'm actually going to take a moment to change the stream the stream description. Where do I do that? Day 2. There we go. Now the description is updated to match the boss we're working on. So anybody who is surfing around can know what we're up to. I am getting some hits from people who just browse, which is handy. Makes me, oh, yeah. That beam trajectory felt like it was a little different, like it lingered a bit longer on the left. It might be that my running path was different. I'm not 100% confident my running path was consistent with my previous runs. Sometimes you get wrecked by the laser. I thought I could make it. I was wrong. It is insane to me that people have made their way through, like, hitless Bloodborne runs. Like, there are enemies who fire shotguns at you in this game. But they have evaded it. There is, like, a hitless routing to the game, where you fight bosses in a very particular manner. Of course, if your goal is to get through a hitless any percent run, you won't even be fighting this boss I'm fighting now. This boss is completely optional. But I think proper SL1, BL4, these challenge runs, they're way better if you do all bosses. Like, an any percent low-level run is usually easier. That. Get hit by that attack. That one hasn't been hitting me most of the time. Come on. Laser mood. Thrash around. Head Thrash does force me to stay out a good bit longer than several of his other attack options. I was too far away to benefit on that attack pattern. Okay, he's going to do another Head Thrash. That still winged me with the magic portion. Head Thrash. Completely whiffed that Shotgun Blast. That pattern lets me get in a headshot, barely. Couple Shotgun Blasts, because I have way too many Quicksilver bullets. Last phase. He seems to really like jumping in this phase. I don't like jumping. Be considerate, bro. Could you not? That is a really nasty looking laser setup. I'm glad I didn't die. They got a little hit stun by the minor laser. he's a lot more mobile than I want him to be right now, and I've a very hard time getting in good hits. Is that actually, finally, I criticaled the head. I'm trying to do that so long. I am pinned in here. Let's get some distance. He did a very favorable attack to me there. I have so much had enough of this guy. Just go down. We're not playing a no guns run. Alright, this nets us the Ailing Lauren Chalice, allowing us the ability to run another Chalice dungeon. A whole nother Chalice dungeon. I believe there are 3 separate challenge dungeons we'll be working at, which is Tumeru, Lauren, and the Hinterlands. Tumeru is 3 levels deep. Lauren and Hinterland, I think, are both 2 levels, but I don't remember clearly. Okay, I could buy some items, but before I do, I want to check for Chalice Dungeon unlocks, because it usually takes some stuff to run these. Yeah, we've got the Ailing Lauren Chalice. We need 9 Ritual Blood 4, and we do not have those. That is a depth 4 dungeon. The depth measures the difficulty. We've only gone up to depth 2 so far, so defeating a boss that unlocks depth 4 for us kind of means for me that I should be working on this here. So we're going to buy some items and then go back to working on Chalice Dungeons for a bit. Is there... should I should probably just buy a whole lot of these, right? Let's get a bunch of those, and we'll get some fire paper with the rest of the echoes we have. And I believe we still do not have enough chunks to advance. We've got some Ritual Blood 2. We've got 0 in the way of Ritual Blood 4. So we're moving on to the Central Tumeru Chalice, which we have not yet begun. So with the Lesser Amygdala cleared out, as well as Dark Beast Parl, which are our 2 bosses so far for today, we can continue to advance the main game by going through the Forgotten Woods, eventually fighting the Shades of Yharnam boss. Or we can advance Chalice Dungeons. Those are our 2 progress points right now. And Chalice Dungeons they are part of our required completion for our run conditions. We are aiming to beat all story Chalice Dungeon bosses, all non-root Chalice Dungeons. Oh right, I still have this set to lightning. I can do a lot more damage by not having it set to lightning when I'm fighting general dudes. So let's get that changed around. Blood Gem Fortification. I'm gonna change this around to Tempering Blood. Depth 7 Tempering Blood. Let's see. believe both of these, yeah, we've got a Tempering Blood 9 and a Tempering Blood 7. That's the best we're going to do. Getting our damage up to about, yeah, 190-ish. Solid. Okay, back in we go. Layer 1. Yeah, a lot of these random materials we're finding they only exist to unlock Chalice dungeons. That's all the bloodshot eyeballs and such. Okay, so our locked off area is there on the left, relative to the start. Doo-dah, running around. We've got a maiden with a chime right up here, and some wise. Wow. Okay. Oh, come on. Okay, one of those up there is a non-respawning guy, so we could go after him. But we want to get her dead first of all. Now we go after this guy. Okay. We can loot a few things now. Yeah, we can have him use a double firebomb attack. That's cool. These little sensor things can be taken down, and if you take them down, they disperse this obnoxious smoke effect. Like somebody wanted to show off their particle effect chops so bad, it got made into like a dungeon obstacle. You can destroy them. They can be beaten. Chop down the chaff before this guy even wakes up. Take a moment for our stamina to recover, kill him too. That's what he gets for slacking. Pull out the torch here so that I can flip and see without ruining my eyes. I consider myself quite lucky compared to almost everybody I know for not needing glasses, even at this point. Although playing games like this frequently leaves me super bloodshot. I have worried in the past that maybe some coworkers thought I was getting high because after a weekend of gaming, I would turn up to work with like these huge red streaks in my eyes. Which consequentially is not what it actually looks like when somebody gets high. Beside the point, though. Okay, I feel like I have missed an obvious opening somewhere in one of these rooms. But I might just be getting Chalice dungeoned. These things have some pretty random layouts. Here we go. I missed this. Because, you know, it's dark. It wasn't built by a loving god. Just tick him off, and then kill him. You get mad, you lose. Ooh, he dropped a bolt paper. That's really nice. I mean, that's the equivalent of him dropping 5,000 blood echoes straight up. We have a chest here. It's like yet another design of chest, but it's still not a mimic. I think that center panel is a trap, so we need to not step on that exact tile. Ritual Blood 2, okay. since we're not going to be spawning any root dungeons, there is a limit to how much ritual blood we actually require to get through all of these chalice dungeons. And once we have gained enough, any further ritual blood, we're just going to sell. Okay, I think there was something else down this way. Yeah, through here. I gotta pay careful attention to those dogs. Kill these guys, check for anything else that's getting up. Nope, it's dog fighting time. Go with the usual strat of knock them down and then kill them. If you go head on at dogs and you try to shot trade with them, they have this like weirdly fast, directly in front of them retaliatory bite. As if to just say, like, oh no you don't. We'll get our health back with the visceral. And we'll take him out with some base movements. Yeah, the quick step dodge is like so absurdly fast, I forget how good it is a lot of the time. It's fast enough and your stamina is flexible enough that it is completely viable to just hack away at a guy, take like a momentary quick step, and go right back to hacking away at him. Like, if the opponent's attack patterns are slow enough, you don't really need to wait for openings. It's a different cadence than other Dark Souls games. Okay, that's right, we got this fire dude. I don't remember all of his attacks. Except that he's going to huck fire at us. I think we might have some opportunities to get a charge R2 in here. Okay, I think I need to charge it while he's readying that attack. Oh, okay. It ate my dodge there. It just decided not to do that. So, yeah, that'll kill us. You cannot take 2 of those fireballs. And if the first fireball hits you, the dodge out is persnickety afterwards. As it often is. It was probably... Oh, hey. I forgot guys can sometimes burst out of those sarcophagi. They're actually like loosely ambush trap things. Now I remember. There you go. I think the best way to avoid that attack is probably to run behind him or something like that. Although the reason I died previously is that I was in a run, and it probably tried to convert my run to a jump instead of a dodge. Okay, I didn't quite get the direct on his back there. Please let me get out. Okay. My second dodge there took me to the wrong place. Which is the quick step definitely does that to me a lot more than the dodges in other Dark Souls games. Because it doesn't give you the same kind of distance. So sometimes when you get locked on, the camera loves to reposition itself in strange ways. And that definitely gets me killed sometimes. This is a really quick boss run back. Most Chalice dungeons are. So we can afford to screw up a couple of times while we remember how to fight this dude. That did not actually get me the right positioning. Okay, he can do that up to 5 times. I thought he did that swing up to 4 times. Couldn't quite get his back with that. Or at least I didn't get the trigger. I like for him to be in the middle of the room, because I don't like fighting around the columns. Oh, okay, yeah, there you unlock me? Sure. Super nice. Yeah, so there, if I hold the same direction on the control stick between those dodges, my second dodge will put me in trouble. I need to change my direction on the control stick to... There we go, got him. I need to change my direction on the control stick between those to manage an issue with the to manage the change in the camera. He's in a slight phase 2 behavior right now. But that shotgun blast will be the last bit of damage we needed. Even just that much. Alright. You'll notice I used the fire paper there. Despite wielding fire himself, he's still a beast type enemy. Fire is still more effective against him than standard damage. Those are like... That's some core Dark Souls rules there. Just because an enemy is wielding a damage type does not mean they are resistant to that damage type. Layer 2. Okay, so we've got a fork direction to start with here. We're going to start on the left. I think this direction is probably the optional one. That's usually how this works, if there's an offshoot like this. Oh, that's right, the poison scorpones. I forgot about these things. They can be a little annoying. Yeah, they inflict a lot of damage and deadly poison. Their attack pattern is a little bit similar to a spear-using guy. They really do not... they don't really put themselves in a vulnerable position unless you get a well-timed dodge. They don't throw out their attack akimbo, like randomly. Anywho, oh, do I have to like to call this elevator back up? That's a bit annoying. That's right. That was one of the big factors I didn't like about these guys. They're actually quite sturdy. They're sturdy. They cause. They're sturdy. They follow you very quickly. They inflict deadly poison, and they do quite a bit of damage. There we go. Oh, I forgot they cause a deadly poison explosion on death. That's well, now I know. good to remember that now, but it's not that big a deal. Okay. Wait, this is the way I just came from. Yeah, nothing is distinct in this area. I find that the area design in Bloodborne is very hit or miss. You have some areas that are really cool and fun to run around in, and I think like Central Yharnam and the Odon Chapel area, they've got a lot of recognizable shapes, so those are pretty good. But the Chalice dungeons are kind of like pseudo-random by the nature of their design, so they're all going to look pretty confusing. Pretty confusing and samey. Oh, that's right. There are oozes here. I am dead. Yeah, so you're going to have a lot of areas that look very similar. I need to call the elevator again. I'm going to open the door that's in front of me instead of going down the side path, because I think there might be a lamp just behind that door. But hey, if it's between the Chalice dungeons and the forest for me is one of those big offenders of lacking visual pop that helps me discern like where I am and what's going on. It's better when you get to the second half of the forest. Okay, there we go. I actually think that this is one where the left path converges with the straight path after a bit. I'm just going to check out some of these areas. Let's see. Okay, we've got one of these shotgun punks. We've got a couple of these guys. Kill you. Took a little bit of damage from Shotgun McGee. I'm gonna just get inside his personal space. Oh right, I forgot he could even do that. They so seldomly actually do. And now he's dead. Those blood vials. There's enough blood vials that I actually should have probably used one before looting him. Oh, come on. Various embarrassments. Still not finding an illusory wall, although I definitely remember that there can be illusory walls in these places. Right, these guys do a lot of damage. And I would love to see him. And I got killed by that Snatcher. Okay. You definitely get some difficult, dense enemy patterns in the labyrinths. Which is kind of interesting. These dense enemy patterns are very reminiscent of Dark Souls 3. But Bloodborne actually doesn't have that many dense enemy gauntlets. There are a few of them pretty late in the game. You could almost consider Central Yharnam to be like a dense enemy gauntlet. But I don't really think of it like that because most of the the enemies are all so fragile, it doesn't feel a whole lot like it, and they do not have an advantageous position on you. Like this bit here at the top of this ladder is actually just outright rude. So you've got two casters and a snatcher in pretty short order. right, and these casters can sometimes do that. They can just kind of combustion you to death if you approach them carelessly. You are supposed to wait for them to make an attack. Oh, we could go after the Powder Keg Hunter Badge if we want. But we have to kill Jura for it, and he's quite tough. And the reason we have to kill Jura for it is honestly because we were impatient. If we had did things in a different order, we would not have that limitation. Alright, that's not the way we're going right now. We're trying to go this way and get past these other guys. So unfortunately, I don't believe there's another way of approaching this particular obstacle. Like, this is one of those bits of the design where I think they would not stand for that kind of design. I'm dead again. I think they would not stand for the design of this room if it was part of the core game. Like, this is allowed to be this way because it's a Chalice dungeon, and it kind of evaded proper balancing passes. Having to fight two casters right after you've gotten up the top of the ladder, just isn't fun. It's not whether it's hard or easy, it's just not fun. That being said, can I get any more fire resistance than I currently have without sacrificing everything I hold dear? Okay, so we can go for, like, Gascoigne's outfit for 10 more fire resistance. And that is about it, without changing our runes. If we were allowed to change our Carol runes on the fly, we have access to a Carol rune that gets us, like 5% fire resist. Whoop-de-doo. We're already using one to give us 10% more HP. And we don't have any consumables that give us fire resist. It's not like there are water pots nearby from, like, the Dark Souls 2 stuff. Can I just not deal with that right now? I just want to do something else for a moment. Let me attack some other guys. There we go. Once again, I think that's a trap. If you step right in the middle there. So we're not going to do that. This guy is not a shotgunner. Excellent. And there he goes. Ritual Blood 3. Handy dandy. I'll probably need some of those in the future. We're already in the central labyrinth. Haven't gotten along to the lower labyrinth yet. I'm not sure exactly what kind of ritual blood I need to get to the lower labyrinth. By the way, die, I hate you, get out of here. Warm blood gemstones, ritual blood, yada yada. Is one of these, perchance, like the long-lost illusory wall that I've completely lost track of? Doesn't seem so. Seems like a no. I need you to move a little bit away from the wall so I can get behind you. That's him. Super glad I remembered how to fight these guys. In retrospect, it was very obvious, and it's only my own fault that I got killed by any of them. Well, except for the bits where there were two of them at once. Those are legitimately difficult. Lag. the fact that I'm getting that lag, I don't think is caused by, like, the PlayStation 4 struggling with the game. I think it's the capture card struggling, because right now the capture card is a pass-through. Oh, sweet. Fire paper. And 2 of them. That is pretty nice. Nyeh. Alright. If anything around here is illusory, I'm still failing to remember where it is. It's in one or another of these chalice dungeons. There's like some important stuff behind an illusory wall. But I do not remember how deep into the chalice dungeons it is. Anyway, let's get on to another boss. He'll be right through this door. The Keeper of the Old Lords. Right, this one's like a Karthus sorcerer, swords person, pyromancer person type thing. This is a pretty tough fight, I think. Sort of. If we can get the right timing on some counterattacks, it will be a lot easier to deal with. Health restored. We do have to watch out for some of these kind of like fire thing, pirouettes or whatever. There's a kind of cadence to the boss. If we attack the boss too aggressively, we'll eat a retaliation hit for big damage. Timing is a little off there. Yeah, so the third hit is about our limit. We have to dodge out afterwards or get a counter. Yeah, 3 hits and then dodge out is the right cadence. Otherwise... Okay, he's in like phase 2 behaviors now. Yeah, we're no longer getting our clean like 2 to 3 hits. I think he's got like a loose poise now, something like that. Ouch. Don't like that. There we go. Got the rhythm. With him in a corner, he can't really dash out, so I can get in 2 sequences while he's still kind of figuring himself out. This gives us the central root chalice, which we don't care about because it's a root chalice and we don't use those. But now that he's taken out... Okay, go down another level. I'm going to proceed ahead to the lamp on this level, and then I'm going to take a quick trip back to the Hunter's Dream to stock up on more blood vials. So there is another fork here, but we're going to go through this way so that we can trigger this lamp. And we use this to return. We're going to come back and then explore the fork. I just want to buy a lot of blood vials. I'll head back to the Chalice Dungeon. Layer 3. pain in the neck that we have to just go through loading screens to restock on healing items, which is necessary because our healing item doesn't restock itself. I mean, they were trying something with this. And it's interesting. It's not my preference. There's a raised tile right there that would activate the trap if I didn't just blow up that statue. I think those guys in the corner won't necessarily get up. There are enemies like right on the other side of this. Very eager to attack through walls. It's not my preference of how to resolve that. I'd rather not have to deal with that, but if I opened the door regularly, I would be in for a world of hurt. So, you know, not taking stupid damage is more important to me than playing that fairly, so to speak. Fairly. I mean, what's fair? I heard some kind of trap thing happening, like a rolling death ball or something like that. There it is. Rolling death ball. Mainstay. I'm gonna wait for the next one. Now I should be able to open that door at the end of the hall before one of them comes and crushes me. Very weird. That is a noise made by a certain enemy type that I don't have a firm recollection of. A kind of singing, crooning setup. This room, I believe, has several traps somewhere, but it's got a lot of little treasure chests with pretty important ritual blood. We do need ritual blood to continue unlocking chalice dungeons to some extent. Tomb mold is just another kind of ritual blood. Okay, now I believe we've dealt with all of those things. Still trying to avoid stepping on any kind of raised stone while I check the last bits of the room for any lingering treasure chests. Okay, I think we got them all. Now I have to deal with whatever's making that weird, creepy, awful sound. Ah, it's the ghosts. Oh, you are antsy. I do, like, almost no damage to that. Some blood vials here. There are definitely areas of... oh yeah, they can teleport after me, can't they? It's either that or it's an invisibility trick. I'm not sure which. And I can't pass through them. Oh right, I'm using a torch right now. Let's see, it's Inflicting Frenzy. Let's try Fire Paper. much better damage. Just have to use something that isn't physical. Highly physically resistant. Go figure, it's a ghost. If you didn't figure out that a ghost was going to be highly physically resistant, like, I don't know how to help you. Which I suppose I'm really saying to me, because I'm the one playing the game. So I should have known. Should have known better. Alright. But hey, we had a tool at the ready. We dealt with the circumstance. I believe this would be the direction we haven't checked yet, so let's go. Hey there. Destroyed. Alright, I have no idea what is in this fog. Super happy to deal with all this fog stuff. There's somebody else more dangerous in this room. That's the thing that throws you off about Chalice Dungeons. You walk into a room and you're like, I'm gonna get Dark Souls'd any moment now, and then nothing happens because it's just a weird Chalice Dungeon room that has one zombie, and that's the whole room. One zombie and a couple statues and no illusory walls. It's really weird. Just to knock down that brazier so I can see in this hallway. Not for a particular reason, just to make me feel mildly better. Okay, now I believe this whole thing was an offshoot. So now it's time to get back to the main area. The main pathway. This is the bit with the falling rock. Isn't it? The other end? Where's the other? Wait, is it this one? This is a falling rock? Yes, it does. Beware that. Okay, so this is the spot I was in. And I need to check down that hall as well, because I haven't done that already. Might be some meaningful treasure down here. Or, you know, Doom. Or Rune. You punk. That wasn't even very damaging. It was just like, haha, I gotcha. So, of the various, like, statues, I believe it's only the ones that are, like, holding a stick that are actual traps. And then there's this guy, who's not himself a trap, but, you know, watch out for him. He means business, sometimes. Other times, he means pleasure. His pleasure, not yours. Very plotting dudes. Oh, I have low battery life on my controller. And the charging cable for these is like just nothing. It's like a 2-foot cable. So that will put us to an end soon enough. Because if I get killed when my controller dies and then I get killed, which is things will happen very shortly within each other. If my controller dies, I will follow, pretty much. That would cause the end of the stream. Got a sage's wrist. Got a skull hanging out here, sort of. It's like a deformed, weird skull. Is that just a carving? That doesn't look like a skull at all. Deformed or no. We open this. Like, chests are so weirdly, unnervingly friendly in Bloodborne. Like, I'm almost entirely unready for how nice chests are. Like, the rooms with chests in them are commonly even devoid of enemies. They're that nice. Like, you don't even have to worry about it. Whereas, you know, most Dark Souls games, it's like a chest, also 7 guys. That's just the way it is. You'd be silly if you expected anything different. Okay, I vaguely remember this room having some kind of dangerous thing, maybe like a werewolf further in there. Okay, there's the spot to get through. Oh no, is it just a snatcher? Okay. I am very, very accustomed to dealing with snatchers at this point. In before snatchers killed me. Am I sure this room didn't have like 2 snatchers? That could get me. Like, I was in the middle of killing one and another showed up. You know, we're overdue for like some swinging pendulum traps or something, man. Classic trap mainstay. There, we had one of them in the first layer. Okay, so we got another one of those caster guys. Those horrific caster jerks, whom I do not like. Okay, we've got a bell ringer. I think up this way. There you are. Now you're dead. Simple enough. Take some quicksilver bullets for me. Stop backpedaling and get murdered like a man. I suppose like a chump. There we go. That's gender neutral. Oh, you're a shotgunner. Okay. Is there like a guy behind you? Because I'd rather not be in the middle of kicking your ass and then get randomly stabbed in the back. Yeah, the shotgun variants are very trivial. I think there's actually an item in this fog. Yeah, we get some more quicksilver bullets. Okay, sure. Not very important. But we've got access now to the next boss, which should be the last boss for this Chalice dungeon. You know, I think clearing one entire Chalice dungeon per sit-down is pretty solid. I think that feels like a good way of breaking up these Bloodborne sessions, and probably something I should try to do on purpose. It's like, per sit-down, make sure you get one Chalice dungeon done. Which is especially a handy tip because there's kind of a lot of them. I think there was another offshoot from this room that I might need to clear out. It was this way. Can't see a dang thing. What is this? Oh, it's a summon. I know that in some of these Chalice dungeons, there's like hidden shopkeepers or things. I know there's actually one case where you need to locate a hidden shopkeep in order to purchase one of the chalices that you need in order to summon more stuff. But I think that's only required to get access to a root dungeon, as opposed to one of like the core story dungeons that we care about. Okay, so I haven't been through this yet. Where does this go? These do get really windy. Another 2 Sage's Wrists, and this door just opens the way back to the offshoot we were in earlier. That's why it's a double door there. Um, I'm not entirely sure like why that exists the way that it does. All of the Chalice dungeons exist because they are like there's a series of prefab rooms that get combined together in a kind of random way. It works the same way that the procedural generation, well, it's built to allow procedural generation the same way that like Enter the Gungeon or The Binding of Isaac would build out a level. The depth determines some of the parameters in terms of how challenging it's going to be, things like that. But it's basically like preset rooms with certain preset enemy layouts that just get a random arrangement between the rooms. Tumerian Descendant. Aren't you too tall for your own good? Oh, that's right, he has a sickle boomerang thing that he does. That's neat. I like vaguely remember fighting this guy in the way back when. I seem to remember him being a fun fight, but not like super tricky or memorable. But he is the boss of the Central Chalice, the Central Tumera Chalice. Like other Chalice dungeon bosses, super quick walk to get back to him. Don't even need to worry about it. And once we beat this guy, probably only take a couple attempts. Abriatas. I can't. Let's see. Abriatas is the one that's in like the secret dark chapel. It's like Abriatas, daughter of Cosmos or something. I remember that being pretty tough. I don't remember if I've beaten Abriatas on BL4 before. The last time I was doing a BL4 run, just like way back when. Ugh, I need to remember how to fight this guy. Honestly, a lot of this run has just been really messy, and I'm totally chunking through tons of healing vials. That dodge, like, did not do the right direction. I was trying to do, like, an angular dodge. And it just gave me, like, a straight-in dodge. I'm like, that is not going to put me where I want to be. Okay, I'm remembering his timings a little more now. I remember having some noteworthy struggles with the Abriatas casually. That being said, everything's a struggle casually in Bloodborne. Oh, weapon at risk. Well, I guess I didn't think these weapons had continual durability. Yeah, I'm taking a beating from this guy. He was not done. Oh, to like replenish them? Well, for one, I've been selling off the like the crystallized blood shards, the basic ones. It's not like I need to upgrade another weapon at any point in time. So selling off a lot of those got me like an extra 50 blood vials to work with. But you really do just have to pick a spot, go back and farm it periodically. Looks like I've still got a decent stock for now. I forget how many I have in storage. I forget how to look at how many I have in storage. Oh well. But yeah, mostly I've just been popping back after bosses to try and reload them. There are a couple bosses where I've gotten stuck and I've had to like go back and farm something or crunch up some cold blood. Like I was stuck on the Amygdala for a bit earlier, and I had to go back and buy like another 50 vials. Now. This guy is the first boss in a while that is just genuinely aggressive. And it takes a bit to remember his patterns. I actually might want to try starting the fight off unlocked a bit. So that I get my regular dodges. It's a very Bloodborne peculiarity. Yeah, so were you like working on the run a while ago and just now sat back down to the run? I always find it like super difficult to reacclimate to the game if I've been away from it for a long time. I think like a lot of the reason why I've been able to get the progress I've gotten so far after about, let's see, I'm about 10 hours into the run now, is because I was doing Dark Souls 3 SL1 just before this, and it's not that different. I think if I was trying to do this adjustment coming fresh from just DS1, I'd be struggling a lot more. Okay. Ugh. None of those counted as a counter. I think those were all too hasty. Just a little bit. I'll rather have quick ups and quick downs than anything else. From what I loosely remember of this guy, the best way to handle the fight is you need to kind of hammer him on his phase transition, and he can kind of get stuck, if I remember right. Oh, ooh, that almost killed me. Ugh. Let's see. I see we are 20 minutes past the 11 o'clock marker I had given earlier. I would really like to beat this guy to get a good conclusion point. And also we've got, 3 viewers, so holding on to this for as long as I can helps smooth the average out a little bit. Ah! He did his delayed hit. This fight can go very quickly if you screw up. He's got a 3 sequence and a 4 sequence up close. This is kind of one of those fights where there's not a substitute for just doing the fight well. I don't think there's a terribly gimmicky way of getting through this guy. That ate my side dodge and turned it into like a forward dodge, and somehow it pancaked me. Like, absolute hard knockdown. I don't know if there's a counter timing for like hitting somebody just after a dodge is complete. I think you know what? It probably ate my side dodge and turned it into a jump, and I got knocked out of a jump, which pancaked me. Yeah. Can I, like... There's no way I can change the controls around jumping, right? No. There's nothing for it. You know, if this was a PC game, if they ever port this to PC, and the reason they haven't is because Sony owns the rights. If they ever port this to PC, I would get a mod for that. I would just grab a quick mod. I might grab a mod to just make blood vials cheaper or recharge or something, just for a little quality of life, because come on, give me a break. But apart from that, absolutely a mod to change the jump controls. Almost. Okay, when he's coming to his halfway point, I would like for him to be more center stage. This is about the right cadence to get him. This is his thing. He's a lot more dangerous now, because I didn't get the timing right. Yeah, he can do a double throw now, like a jerk. I dodged into that throw, because that throw was actually just out into the middle of nowhere. But I dodged on the timing of the throw, and it put me exactly where his sword was. So that's a different problem. But yeah, I am recalling what I need to do about the fight. Dodging to the right puts me out of the trajectory of his swing for most of his attacks. And so that's like an easy... I can do that like... I don't need to do that reactively. I can proactively dodge to the right, and it will put me where I need to be. I could possibly just strafe out of some of his attacks. That's a chance. If I can strafe out of his attacks, that will give me even more opportunities to hit him. I know I can't strafe out of the like running charge like that. Okay, that attack where he holds his hand out in front of him to size up, that one I can strafe out of. Ah, that was a bad dodge. Okay, so I think I've got a basic handle in the first phase, and the idea here is if we can keep an eye on his health going to 30% and stick on him, he has, like, his preference in terms of his AI decision making will tell him to try and force that phase switch where he splits his weapon. If we put him into a stun state and get a visceral on him when he's like doing that charge, he will keep trying to do that, and we can use that to lock him down and force his health super low. Yeah, I got into a bit of a lock with my health at that low state. This is not the kind of way I want that fight to go. But there's a couple, we're basically trying to just set up a loop here and then play through the loop. It's kind of, you know, it's kind of interesting between Dark Souls and Bloodborne. You can kind of very easily sum up some of the metaphysics and the lore of the game by saying, like, for Dark Souls, fire isn't just fire. And for Bloodborne, blood isn't just blood. I'm getting into weird circumstances where, like just there, I like whiffed an attack because he was like on a slight staircase incline. That attack setup where he quick steps in, it's a very good way for me to start up a counter. Okay, that attack, I did not take 2 hits in that sequence. It's just bad. I'm locking myself a little hard in on the dodge right thing. For that sequence, I should just dodge out, and I would be completely safe. But he doesn't have a very clear startup for that sequence. I think that's kind of just, you're in my face, I can do this like simple 3-hit combo, and it's pretty difficult to avoid. I think the run where I was doing well, I was giving him a bit of space periodically. No, the run where I was doing well, he was actually using his backstep behavior a lot, which was putting us back in neutral and giving him a lot of space. That's it. He's quick stepping into that attack and getting me. So I just need to, like, if he does that, then sure, but I'm going to counter you. That's a 5-hit sequence? Or was that 2 sequences? I'm having a hard time with that. I think it was 2 sequences. Go. There's the interrupt I wanted. So here, I just stick on him. He really wants to get into phase 2. So he's going to stop doing almost anything else. Okay, he actually got the transition that time. And he killed me. Bummer. I was very close to just looping him to death. He's definitely an opponent he's got a genuinely hard phase 2. But yes, he absolutely gets in a mood if you don't let him get his transition off, and he cannot attack. He can only try to perform the transition. He can backstep. He can run away and he can perform the transition once he gets below that threshold. But that's all he can actually do. Yeah, my preference is for him to not make the retaliation choice there. I want him to either backstep or do like a preparatory attack. Most of the time he picks the backstep after like a quick 2 hits from me. But if he doesn't, I need a backstep. It's got to be 2 hits out. Moving on. Until he gets really low. Once he's close to the 50% marker, I need to start dodging in and like pressuring him more, because if he does his phase transition and I'm too far out to stop it, I'll have to genuinely fight phase 2. Okay, I can actually go under that if I'm more towards his left or if I'm swinging. Okay, I dodged too early, so just dodging out is not actually enough to avoid that if I'm locked on, because the quick step is kind of lame, actually. Quick step is just that. It's very fast. It does not get you out of the way of almost anything. Funny thing about this fight is that this guy has actually like very clean hitboxes. There's like he hits only exactly where his weapon is at any point in time. His weapon's it's gonna move, but I apparently jumped. Somewhere in there I jumped and he pancaked me. Oh my god. Yeah, the funny thing about it is I think like running to a slightly safer position is actually better than dodging most of the time in this game. At least it's better than your locked on dodge. Your locked on dodge only exists for like giving you a little bit of invulnerability frame. Most boss fights, you just don't want to be where their attacks are. Like, just be in a different spot, hit them from somewhere else, move out and back in. Yeah, we could not get out of that spot because of, like, the hit stun of things. Actually dodging that throw while locked on is like a crapshoot, because it's a very persistent hitbox coming at you, and your dodge takes up so little time that your dodge window is not very active. And so long as I'm locked on, there enough space is taken up by his thing, by his like spinning flying blade there. If I'm locked on and I use a dodge, it often doesn't get me out of where the blade is. I have to make a proper judgment on whether going to his left or going to his right will get me out of the blade. That time, the left was correct. No, no. If he can move in and do the handout, or he can move in and do the immediate attack. There we go. That time he moved into the immediate swing. Because if he holds his hand out and I shotgun him, it's not a big loss. I just, like, lose a chance to do some damage. Because I can walk around the attack really easily and just get in hits. There we go. Ah, he got the phase. Barely. This is going to be tough. My last blood vial for now. No, my shotgun blast like went over his left shoulder. Sometimes being locked on is worthless. No, really what that is dodging in the game does not, like, dodging does not align your ranged weapon. Your attacks out of dodge are actually, like, really limited in their tracking. Okay, I gotta take a trip back to the Hunter's Dream because I ran out of healing vials. Blech. So that's probably like 40 healing vials I've burned trying to do this fight. Jeez and Pete's. I do not have a lot more to spare on this. Something like 5. Sell the lead elixirs. I'll sell the numbing mist because that's a PvP thing. I can sell the pungent blood cocktails because they're most useful in areas I've already beaten. I cannot sell my hunter tools. I can sell these bloodstone shards. I think I'm okay to sell the ritual blood 2s, but I'm not certain. And if I'm not certain, I really can't do it. Well, that gets me 15. Okay, I will either kill the boss or I will use up these 15, and then I will call it a night. I cannot forestall it much longer. I do have to get up and be on the road by like 9 o'clock tomorrow. I can grab breakfast on the way out, which makes it a little easier, but not a lot. Just a little bit. What am I wearing tomorrow? I don't even know. Shoot. That could be important. I need to make sure I'm comfortable. Okay, so really, we were very close to getting the fight on the run where we managed to loop him, but we do need to kind of be in melee with him during his phase transition. The window for us to get the critical and lock him down is a bit short. Oh, that happened. That happened again. That happens sometimes. So we can insulate against that particular sequence happening to us by ending our attack strings with a shotgun blast. A preemptive shotgun blast at the right timing. If he chooses a follow-up, we'll get a counter. If he backdashes instead, then we are like reset to neutral and I can just continue the fight. I think I have more than enough Quicksilver bullets to be using that as my like standard of operation, is use shotgun blasts to cover like retaliatory attacks and parts of patterns that are not safe for me. I don't want to fight him that close to the walls. There we go. Okay, so there is a trick. It's possible that I could, if I miss the timing on the shotgun blast, and the timing's a bit random because I'm not reacting to his attack, I'm anticipating his attack. If I get it wrong, it's possible for him to start up another pattern, because the shotgun blast will stagger him back to neutral state. That was the wrong timing. He's going for phase. Late. Bummer. That's dandy. This is a somewhat cheesy way of managing the last fight, where I just shotgun spam him on any interaction to make sure he can't, like, do an open up. But that's the way gun countering works. It's a thing. Alright, that's the Chalice Dungeon. Finally got that sucker. So it is kind of a fact of the matter about Bloodborne that there are certainly a lot of cheesable things when you step into really, if you really lean into the guns, you can just lock down some enemies as long as you continue to have Quicksilver bullets. So at some point I might want to think about trying to do a BL4 no guns run, because you definitely get a lot of leeway out of just blasting certain enemies. That being said, the late game bosses don't care. We can only cheese some things like that because there's some of the earlier things that are not intended to be that crazy. So that's that. Anywho, that'll be our stopping point for the run for tonight. I am expecting to be back online Friday, where we are probably going to be taking it easy, running a very lengthy stream, ordering in some food, I don't know, maybe pizza, and I have not made up my mind just yet if we are going to be playing Dead by Daylight, Bloodborne, Jedi Fallen Order, or if we're going to buy and start streaming Ruined King, because that's out, and I'm pretty intrigued by that. The lore team for League of Legends has been knocking it out of the park, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what they put together. Hope to see some of you then. Let's have a nice, lazy Black Friday, because going outside on Black Fridays for crazy people. Well, have a nice night. This has been Jupiter Exile. Until next we wander.